I didn't know that you realized that.
You're not, I mean,
I looked weird. Uniform. Because I thought you would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
and son. Yeah, King Chalk Entertainment. Here we go. If you haven't already, like, comment, share, and subscribe. Check us live and become a part of the show on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, Wednesday and Thursday at 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday at 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah. While you're playing the game, working out, cleaning, or whatever, check out the more refined audio versions of the show on Spotify, Apple, Anchor, and more. Keyword King Chaka ENT. Yeah. Shouts out to Pat, Doc, Deuce, Curtis, Brendan, Elliott, Juanita, Jay Lethal, Tariq, my Twitch follower, Francisco, and others for always supporting the channel. Yeah. Race, spirituality, politics. Let's talk about it. We generate interest into what has happened and what is happening in our world. Therefore, creating activists. Let's go. Dale gas, baby. Hey.
Oh my god. Why is it? No.
Choose your destiny.
shit.
We're gonna take a little break right now. When we come back, we're gonna take a little break right now. When we take a little break right now. When we come back, we're gonna take a little break right now. Gonna take a little break right now. When we come back, we're gonna take a little break right now. When we take a little break right now. When we come back, we're gonna take a little break right now. When we
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist.
Who, me?
Yes, you. What's up, Pat? How you feel, man?
Man, feeling pretty good, bro. I'm in a different place, but we're gonna see, cause it's holding pretty good right now. You can hear me good.
Yeah, you sound solid. Solid.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, cause I'm on. I got 2 bars, and that's the highest I got. But and I know
I think,
sometimes that don't matter. I hope that's the case tonight.
yeah, I think that'll be fine. I'll be on 2 bars a lot.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Damn it, I lost what my thought. Oh, the cold. Yeah, that's why I'm sorry for coming on late, but the weather had me bundled up, and that shit put me to sleep.
I
I felt
understand.
I felt kind of chilly, so I bundled up, and then I went to sleep.
Hmm.
That's what happened.
So, you said the weather. Like, what's the temp? What? How
Well,
cold
right
is it?
now it's 30 degrees out here right now. So again, like that's cold for me. It's supposed to dip some more. I don't know how low it's supposed to go, and then everything's supposed, because it rained. It's been raining all day. So then the concern is the ice. So and driving conditions and so forth. And so they closed school and everything for tomorrow for everybody.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I know my son's out of school tomorrow and Friday. Um, but is cause I know this you're getting some rain. I talked to Deuce earlier. And he was talking about the weather and how rain coming from Louisiana and all that kind of stuff. But
Yeah, the wetness is the real problem. It wouldn't be an issue. We would just be cold, but it just rained a lot, and Houstonians don't know how to handle no kind of ice at all, especially not on no road. You know what I'm saying? We lose it. We lose it when there's ice. So they smart to tell everybody to stay home, and that's what I did. Shit, I ain't been nowhere. I didn't go nowhere all day. I might have been exaggerating a bit, but I'm like, man, I don't even want to go. I missed a class. I was like, I don't even want to end up because I was worried that after the class, and that's what my daughter just told me, that my roommate is stuck somewhere. He got off of work and he's waiting for the ice to come down. I guess I don't know. I mean, I should text him or call him and see what's the deal. But like, apparently he got off of work and he's chilling because I guess the condition's not good enough. He don't feel safe enough to drive home.
damn.
And I was
Right
afraid of
now it's
something.
good.
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah, right now you're okay. The biggest thing, man, if you're driving right now, you just want to make sure that if the road looks wet, just look out the rearview mirror. See if you got spray coming off your tires. If you got spray coming off your tires, you're good. It's not frozen.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if he's overreacting or what, but that's what they just told me. So I don't know, but that's one of the things I was afraid of. That's why I didn't go nowhere today, because I didn't want to end up getting stuck
Yeah.
somewhere in my car on a cold ass night. Yeah, I don't like to take them kind of risks unless I like absolutely have to.
Yeah, you saying with the weather,
Yeah,
driving?
yeah, I don't like to
Yeah.
take no kind of risk like that unless I absolutely have to. I
Yeah.
avoid it because we
Well,
talked
It's
it's
about
cool right now.
because like what we talked about in the other show was that the one of the main ways people die is by car accidents. We're also scared of corona. We should be a lot more the overreaction we have for corona. If I wonder, people should compare the number of automobile deaths a year. They probably, I don't know, they might, I don't know. I don't know, how do you get to people to, because really it's just people driving safer, right? You know, not using drugs so much, not being so drunk, paying attention when they drive. That's what you got to get people to do. So, but I guess the future is, that's how these corporations, they are the ones that's supposed to solve all the problems. So they're gonna come with these self-driving cars. But I noticed that the media is trying to push away from this because every time I look up, they show an accident that happened from a self-driving car or whatever, malfunctioning. It's like they're trying to push away from that for as long as possible. But that's coming. That's what's coming. They might force your ass to drive the self-driving car. Like you have too many accidents or some shit like that. I don't know. What do y'all think?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm
this.
not for 'em.
You said the self-driving car.
Yeah,
I think it's gonna be reality.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Like it's definitely. I mean, the technology is there. Um, the want for it. The public wants it. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely gonna hit the market. I
I
mean,
think it'll be a good thing. I really do. People don't know how to pay attention, so they could just sit in their car and play with their phone. You know, fuck it.
yeah. I mean, shoot, if I can put in the coordinates or my destin, where I plan on going, and it can get me there. And shoot, you can almost make your own car a party vehicle because you don't have to worry about you know who's gonna stop you, regardless if you look, uh, you know, like I
Yeah,
don't, it's gonna stop a lot of the DUI, like drinking while intoxicated, the
yeah.
DWIs, like it's.
And
I
hopefully
think
it'll
it'll.
stop so many pullovers because that's another way people die is from getting pulled over behind the out brake light or they switch lanes without a signal or some stupid shit like that and I think that that's a real issue, man. I really do. I think it has to do with our freedoms when we talk about being free here in the United States. But every time we look up, we getting our car inspected and shit like that. We're getting pulled over. They don't do that in other countries.
What, pull over when it's
That,
cold?
No, randomly pulling people over all the damn time. We have like a
Oh,
police state. In some
oh,
countries they
oh,
make the cop cars all lit up and bright and showing lights as a deterrent. In the United States, some of these cop cars you can't see them. They're black. They don't have no or identifying marks. That's it's part of the extortion.
damn.
And, and in the
wait a minute.
news, you always hear about traffic stops that turn into a good thing. Like they pull somebody over and they found out he was on his way to kill some people or something like that and arrested him, or they pull somebody over and they find him with a bunch of drugs and stuff like that. And those are the news stories you hear about. But you don't hear about the billions of pullovers that just turn into problems for the people who got pulled over just because they got pulled over for something stupid.
I got you.
I don't know. That's just how I think about it.
All right, cause now there was a blank period for me just now because I know that we were talking about the cars.
Yeah, I was jumping
Um,
around.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
for whatever reason, I didn't hear anything. It got blank. Uh, it was a dead, part of the show. But
you're coming through clear.
okay, cool. Yeah, I just didn't know because I felt like I wasn't hearing, but you saying it was.
Yeah, you coming in clear, and I was jumping around. You probably just I was jumping all over the place. So I don't know. The name of the show today is "Are You an Algorithm?" You know what I'm
Huh.
saying? That's the question. Are you an algorithm? You know?
For who?
And I mean really, and we got to ask ourselves this question. You know what I'm saying? The more you learn about algorithms, and then you think about being programmed. You know, I always be saying zombie robot. That's like the same thing. Talking about being triggered. You know, um, I'm triggered. You know, y'all remember when we used to never say that? Like that's a part of common like language now. Being triggered.
Oh yeah.
What's up,
Yeah.
Curtis? So where did that come from? Like, do you get what
What's
I'm
up,
saying?
Kurt?
Like, all of a sudden, people start saying I'm triggered, and then it's like, and then you could see how like we talk about the Karens and so forth and so on, and you could see how like a lot of the memes that go down your timeline or triggering, if you will. You get what I'm saying? And people go off in the comment sections on posts. They got triggered by some
Yeah.
comment that somebody said.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if somebody didn't call them, they, or whatever. Like
Yeah.
it's so many opportunities to be triggered. The Republican said this, or the Democrat said this. Pelosi said this. Trump did that.
Well, I mean, that's a part of you know, the whole control thing. I mean, they know one of because I mean, when you really look at it as our government as vampires, bloodsuckers, like they're trying to actually uh excrete all the energy that they can from you that you're willing to put out there, and they know that that's doing that, setting up your algorithm, your page with different things that they know that there's things that's gonna be there that you like. There's gonna be things in there that you don't like, and then there's gonna be things that's kind of like that's just gonna that might totally piss you off, and that angry emotion that emits a bunch of energy. So in order for them to blood suck and get the good stuff every time they they set it up, or either I mean even if they hadn't designed it to do it that way, man, you've definitely done a good setup on yourself.
Hey, so Boosie got him up. Did y'all hear? Let me play this.
I'm finna turn up. I'm finna perform live where all my fans can see me. You can't stop me from coming to your city. They're gonna have people in London, China, Australia. I'm finna perform every song. I'm finna let my fans see everything. Snippets, everything. You gonna see everything. Tune in, cause it's going down. Boosie Badass, I'm singing everything. They can't lock me up no motherfucking more. Boosie.
So he started his own thing. It says Boosie is banned from Instagram so long he decided to create his own platform. Special uncut pay-per-view going down March 16th.
What?
Huh. That's
Shit,
crazy.
I might get it.
That's all they're doing. So that's the
Did you
thing.
see
They're
his
giving.
Did you see his movie?
Nah, I didn't see it. But I love his hustle. I love the way he grinds. I love the way he like they try to censor him or whatever, and he just come back and do his thing. I love that about him.
Yeah. Well, I support my hometown, and you know, whoever coming out with some shit, do my best to try to support him. But
Yeah.
the movie was so good, like I mean, it wasn't no Hollywood blockbuster or whatever, but just to be able to tell his story, I I think this concert probably gonna be off the chain. Like people need to support him if they.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I wanted to make a comment uh, about what you were saying, Pat, about they know certain things that they put out there on social media is gonna anger you and how much energy it takes out of you. It's funny you say that because I wonder if that's why all of a sudden you'll have a random, you know, uh, cop on civilian shooting. You know what I'm saying? And they
Oh yeah.
glorify it. They continue to put it in our faces because they know what it does.
Exactly. That's
You know,
exactly why.
they these cops get off scot free.
Well,
Self
well,
defense.
and I mean and you got to realize too, like the power of the black man is a lot stronger than the average, human. And I'm not trying to make this racist, guys, but this is something that's true, and they've been knowing it for centuries. That you know, at least a bunch of decades, they've been knowing that we let off a very strong energy. We are very emotional people, and when something goes down, there's an uproar. They know that they can utilize it in the as much as possible, and yeah, they use all sorts of things. I mean, like that's the biggest thing right now that I believe that they use is because I mean I think that thing is kind of dying down as far as the whole cop because I mean all that stuff's been going on for decades as well, but once you realize that they can channel your energy because you are not, you just allowing it to go free, they use it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Look at this right here, right quick, y'all.
Cancel culture and the
Somebody
this
clocked.
whole crap with this cancel culture and the
Shut up! Shit! Shut the fuck up! Nobody wants to hear it.
fucker.
You've been talking all fucking week. You don't care what you have to say. Just stop talking.
You got me right in my fucking head, asshole.
Stop.
Damn it.
Y'all know Michael Rappaport, and he's always doing these rants. That's what he's known for on the internet. Somebody clocked him in a snowball right in the middle of it, one of his rants. That's
Well,
pretty
he
freaking funny.
was just talking about Whoopi, and bro, like, no, everybody don't want to hear your opinion every time some shit happens, and I don't give a shit that you are a damn Jew. Like sometimes you need to just sit back and relax, and let other people, cause like you're biased. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a fair conversation when you come in and you're just saying a whole bunch of shit. Like, just sit back. Y'all done already gotta not necessarily canceled. I don't think she's canceled, but you know, the their their power is what got Whoopi suspended for 2 weeks. So they should just chill, especially this cat. I mean, I know he's very opinionated, but I at least know my limits when I know when I need to just shut the fuck up. You know, more people need to learn that.
Whenever whenever it's something Jewish related, he feels especially like obligated to
Yeah,
make.
it's my right. Like look, that's my people, and I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up, and because I mean,
I
it's un.
follow him. He's funny to me. I mean, it's all entertainment. I don't like. The thing what I be trying to say all the time is like, just because you follow somebody doesn't mean you agree with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
no.
I don't know what happened in the world where like nobody wants to hear opinions that differ from theirs. You know, like, and then we got to this point where it's like I'm right. So if you agree with me, then you're right. If you agree with me, if you disagree with me, then you're wrong. And that's like the world we live in. And then people don't want to even hear the other side. Like they start hearing someone going against their point of view, then immediately they shut them off and they, respond with aggression.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I'm like you. I mean, I don't feel like I have to like love or hate. I mean, just I have people on my Well, now most of the people that's on my that I follow, I like them or whatever. But I mean, I still come across stuff. I mean, I like a good message story from time to time. You know what I'm saying? I'm just as human as the next person. So I'm down for a little bit of mess, some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, so that's what I follow him for exactly. Just like drama. Like I really was enjoying him talking about Donald Trump. Hey, what's up?
yeah,
I have to go to the.
Yeah, because I'm going when I get off from work. I'll only work lunch tomorrow.
All right, Rick.
All right.
Yeah. Damn, I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah,
Michael Rappaport. Yeah. He I just enjoy him. I enjoy it. Oh yeah, him talking about Trump. He really hated Trump, and hearing him talk about Trump was hilarious, bro. Like,
yeah. Honestly, I rather those type of conversations from him because yeah, it's entertaining, it's funny, it's really, like it's hilarious, and I share it and pass it on to others or whatever. But I just feel like in a conversation like this, like if we're gonna be fair, like you can't be biased. Like I mean, certain things, you need to realize that okay, you know what? I might be a little bit too emotional on this subject. I'm gonna sit this one out. But nobody's really listening to your shit. Like I mean, people know what they know about it, and if they're gonna learn more, they're not gonna pick it up from you. Like you
and
know,
he's a comedian. Like he's he's an actor. Like, and that's another thing that's crazy about our community is that we big up these people who are sports. Not to say it's anything wrong with being a sports star, comedian, or actor,
no,
but these are not leaders of the community, and
no,
it shouldn't be mistaken as such. And their opinions are just another opinion that's in the wind along with ours. They
yeah,
don't have no real knowledge on this topic. If they're not boots on the ground, some of these artists are. I would say some of them do know their shit. But you going for Cardi B for political advice, then that's your bad.
oh, like our president. But however, like I said, I mean, it, if you're overly emotional, you're biased on a subject, you probably should not get involved until you have, settled yourself down and, but like trying to shut her down and be like talk about how stupid she is, like, bro, like that shit ain't sexy, bro. Like, you're not, what I'm saying, you're not even making her look so as bad as you look saying all this shit. So, like I said, I think he's a cool cat. Like I've been seeing him for the last couple of decades, last 2 decades at least. So I don't really
And
have a problem. I don't have
the
a
black
problem
community
with
likes
him.
him because he's been
Yeah,
in a lot of those black movies, and the characters that he plays in the movies.
yeah. So I mean, I don't have a problem with him and his usual entertainment antics, but when it comes to stuff like this that you're overly emotional about, you probably should just sit down somewhere.
Freaking speaking of Whoopi, and I don't want to put y'all to sleep, so I'm just gonna play a very short bit of this guy. This guy tends to put y'all to sleep, but I think his comments were,
Grandpa,
yeah. He made a couple comments about And you know, it was a black lady who fired her.
The Holocaust wasn't about race. And the woman who fired her, who suspended her, gave her time for reflection, is herself a sister and an HBCU grad. Right? So what does that mean?
You're following
So
the rules.
the president of ABC who put Whoopi in timeout. She hotboxed her. Hotboxed Whoopi. So she is herself an HBCU grad and, a black woman. And this actually makes sense because I was thinking, Whoopi's a big deal. I don't know. I thought she was taken out rather easily, right? Like Whoopi's a big enough deal that if you're going to go for her, I would think you would have they would have to bring in a killer because she's not like some junior anything. She's like one of the most famous black people in the world. Well, in the United States, I don't know about the world, but she's she's the most famous and definitely most recognizable black person in the world. So the idea that she could just kind of be put on timeout like a child, which it was. Make no mistake.
His point is, how powerful are black people?
I did a whole show about that last week. I was like, I thought that happened rather easily
for these comments,
but I just assumed that it was some.
Why?
But it turns out that is a sister from FAMU. So we got to sit a little bit with what that means.
A black person was
that
the one who actually
an
pulled the trigger.
HBCU grad, Kim Godwin, is the one who put baby in a corner, right? So now a lot of you guys will be surprised that that's the case. I won't be. HBCUs fired W.B. Du Bois. HBCUs fired Howard Zinn. HBCUs got their funding by Booker T. Washington saying, you let us educate the Negroes, you give us some money, we will create good overseers, and we will not ask for like any sort of equality. We'll let you run things. And so that was the deal that was struck by Booker T. Washington and the whites. And so you have to understand, is Kim Godwin an anomaly or is she the product? Are the people are they out there trying to be Whoopi Goldberg or are they out there trying to be Kim Godwin? I think that they're out there trying to be Kim Godwin. And what that means is that HBCUs are in the overseer business. They are black overseer schools. And they put Negroes in their place. And I've told you before, if you watch this show, one of the best jobs there is for black people is, putting other black people in their place. I find that an unfortunate state of America and the job market. And if you support black people not having that job and having alternative means.
Anyways, okay. That's probably enough. What y'all think?
Well, I think that it's a mixture, and she is the product. I mean, but so is Whoopi. These are tools that's being used because I mean they're really it's really a power play. Remind you niggas who's the fucking boss. And you're not gonna be talking about my heritage any kind of way. You're not gonna rewrite my history. Yeah, I can rewrite your shit anytime I get ready, but you're not gonna change the narrative that I've spent, all this time and money to spread. All my lies, I'm gonna spread them, and you're gonna deal with it. But this your lesson. You want to continue getting that check. Shut the fuck up and move on.
And then, he's going to go on to explain how, she said she's not going to talk about these topics anymore, because they get her in trouble. She said on the night show that she was on. And then he was saying, so then again, what does that say? What does that say to the larger community, that Whoopi don't, he said, I feel freer than Whoopi, because I can say what I want to say on here, but Whoopi can't. So what does that say about black people in America, where you have, this lady up here who she clearly can't say what she wants to say. She's gonna avoid this whole topic now in the future.
Why don't she just? I'm sure Whoopi has enough money to be good. Why don't she just go start her own fucking shit, bro? Like literally, like stop dancing to the. Well, I'm pretty sure she's under contract, but once that contract is up, or she can maybe get out of it. I don't know the terms of it, but to be hushed like that, it's just to me, it's kind of it's fucked up. It ain't kinda, it is fucked up. And if she basically helping people and awakening people, which that's what the masses don't want. But still, I just feel like she should go and start her own platform, and get away from the View and all this other shit that she's on. Because these white folks, they're not gonna allow her to talk like that. They're not gonna allow her to speak in that way.
Well, do you think she really have enough of a conversation? I mean,
to really carry a show. But still, what Deuce is saying is right. That's the real right argument, because we support these other platforms. Is the reason why they're big. And just like Boosie was a perfect example. He did just what you said, Deuce. He said, fuck y'all. Y'all won't let me be on y'all white ass platforms? Then I'm just gonna create my own. And not everybody has it like Boosie to be able to do that. But at least we should be looking at we should at least be trying to look at the situation in that way. We're the ones who big up these big brands like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Prada. We Balenciaga, whatever those names you want to, Versace, niggas is the ones who's keeping these damn businesses fucking going, bro. And now one of us, and them same niggas is not finna go and buy a t-shirt from Tebow. You know what I'm saying? Tebow trying to support his business with his own logo, and his shit look nice too. They not gonna buy that shit though, because it doesn't come along with that status. It's that approval. This is part of white supremacy. It's like I got their brand on me. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like what I said. You're an algorithm. You walking around, you're an ad. You know what I'm saying? I represent Nike. I represent Adidas or whatever the hell. These some white folks. They got their brand on you, just like in slavery. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, Whoopi can't branch out. She's too combative and too convinced she's right about everything to the point of being insulting. Yeah, sometimes. So, but the brand, you're proud of it too. I represent Mr. Nike. You know what I'm saying? I represent Mr. Adidas. You know
who I work for? Do you know who slave? Do you know who my master is?
Gucci. They even had the rappers, Lil Durk made a song, Chanel Gucci. They just throwing it out there. Hey, look here, but I would support people on the corner selling T-shirts. The only requirement I have of a T-shirt, I don't like those T-shirts that stretch out and then the neck looks huge. I like the ones that are tapered around the neck. Yeah. With a nice. That's my only requirement. That would be the only reason I would go to the beauty supply store and buy my. Actually, the beauty supply I go to is black owned.
So you're talking about quality, and that's okay, and that's that's fair. If T-Bone want to sell T-shirts and be successful, then he needs to sell quality T-shirts, period. But that's the same with any business, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
But we have more faith in these brands. You know what I'm saying? We don't have faith in T-Bone giving us quality or whatever, and that's how. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. I'm not, because there's certain Air Max that I like to wear. But I will say, bro, like, I've just learned to just kind of be myself, dog. Like, I rock with whoever make clothes for a big ass nigga like myself. I don't give a fuck. It ain't gotta be name brand. Like I'm not that shallow because I feel like the way I put it on and I do my fit is what makes me fuck the name because I see motherfuckers
Breaking up.
rocking the book and that shit is like straight fucking trash.
Yeah, some of these brands like Gucci. I don't like hardly any. The Gucci stuff is so ugly most of the time. Like I hardly have seen Gucci that I actually like. And I think that people don't buy Gucci because they like it. They like the name Gucci because most of that shit is fucking ugly, bro. If you ask me, I like some of the Louis Vuitton stuff. I've seen Prada stuff that I like. I like Burberry, but again,
People buy Gucci for status, bro.
Yeah,
They buy Gucci for status, man.
That shit ugly.
It's like you don't even have to say anything. Like you can go steal that shit and be a bum one day, and your whole goddamn fit is stolen. You ain't got no goddamn money, but come up with some goddamn Gucci flip flops and a whole suit because your ass managed to make it out of the Galleria without anybody, you know what I'm saying, finding you. No, yeah, you're a brand new man now, and the world gonna treat your ass different.
I was about to say all these hoes finna give you the ass too, cause of the Gucci flip.
Yeah, they are.
Stupid ass bitches. Doc says I may not be a slave, but they put down one hell of a down payment. I think the only name brand I buy is Levi jeans. The quality is worth extra $10 or $15. I agree. I spend money on my jeans. I always spend money on my jeans. That's usually the most expensive clothes item that I buy. Because quality jeans make a fucking difference.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely a quality guy. I mean, my jeans, my pants and stuff that, I guess when I wear it, I got some good stuff. I like Polo, but, Ralph Lauren. But, however, that's not my day-to-day stuff. That's not, I'm more of truly more of a comfort guy than anything else. So I love sweatpants, tennis shoes, and all this and that. I mean, I got pretty much everything, different kind of, clothes for different arenas. But shit, I ain't trying to be fancy for nobody. So I kick it in some plain ass shit. I shop at Walmart a lot for my day-to-day stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I guess it's not all about quality, sometimes it's about saving $1. So
well, convenience. I think you go to Walmart for convenience. That's what we was talking about before. I'm sure that the Walmart was super convenient, and that's the real reason why.
Well, and that's really more of what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I done been to Burlington Coat Factory, and I come out of there with some Levi's jeans, and I rock them, put me a little fit together, and rock them. And motherfuckers be like, "Bro, where you get them Levi's from?" and Levi's in my size normally run about $80, $80 to $100 for one pair in my size. And I'll go at Burlington and find them, bro, and get them for like $26, $24. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's just, I just really don't care about name brands, Now, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I like my Air Max, like the Air Max 97, the 95, the 270, but I don't necessarily have to rock, the latest ones or nothing like that. Like that, I'll go to Amazon Wardrobe and find me a nice pair of Nike Kids, like literally. And to me, it's convenient for me that way, So.
Doc says I was the guy in high school that didn't wear Izod, the Gator. I wore Mad Dog shirts, the one with the upside down dead Gator. Yeah, and see that's what's bad about this though. It's the kids, right? Because they don't have society has all this pressure, right? And the small child, you in elementary, and you put some what was them Pro Wings? You put some Pro Wings on the child, And the shoes are perfectly fine, but when they go to school, the kids are like, "Oh, you got on those Pro Wings, you know what's up?" You know,
We used to
those
call them
not.
shit stoppers.
You know, you're supposed to have the Jordans, right? So like,
Man, I think that's in the certain areas because I will say like, and I hate to say this, but the school district that my kids are in is predominantly white. Not gonna lie, I'll be honest. But like that shit has now middle school, high school, yeah, because you got a mixture of all. You know, even the white kids trying to be hip at that point. But like elementary wise, bro, I just think they just there to have fun, like literally. Like I experienced that shit in elementary when we were living on the north side in the all black school going to Shadydale and all that shit. When I moved out to the white neighborhoods, bro, going to school with Akeem Olajuwons and fucking LA Gear and Pro Wings, nobody said shit. Like the little white kids was like, "Oh my God, he's cool. He's black. Oh my God, that's my buddy."
yeah. Yeah, but that's my point. The little kids don't care. That's my point. My point is the little kids do not care really. But it's this pressure coming from outside that gets them saying these things. You know, they probably heard their older siblings saying it or even their parents saying it. Doc said, or the pole shirt with the guy falling off the horse. What is that called? It's called U.S. Polo Association. Is that the one?
When the guy was falling off the horse.
Yeah, is that Polo Association? Anyways,
I don't know. It was one when I was younger that the polo stick, like they swung the polo stick in a different direction or something.
Yeah, it's funny how they do those logos, man. How they rip off other people's logos by changing it just a little bit. It's like the Jumpman. Remember the ones that's like the Jordans, but it wasn't Jordan. I can't remember. I can't think of how the logo was, but it was like the man jumping with the ball in his hand, his legs open. But it was different but it looked just like the damn Jordan logo, but they called them Jumpmans or something. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? I'm retarded. Forgive me, I'm retarded as hell.
I remember those because they carried those, and you could get those on Walmart back in the day and Kmart. But that's just like Walmart now. At Walmart, they sell U.S. Polo. Fuck, the Walmart by my house sells Reeboks, dude. They got Reebok shirts and shorts and hoodies and socks and shit in there. But they sell U.S. Polo Association now, you know. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. It's not Ralph Lauren, I guess. That's why people would, but I don't give a fuck. If the t-shirt fit, I'm rocking.
Yeah. So, Pat, did you watch more of that video, the one, Eritrea and all that shit?
Yeah.
Because that's what I want to get into. Talking about basically how the politics works globally, how things happen globally, and like what people are really doing. Like they a lot of times the United States pretend this. The whole Ukraine thing is totally getting out of hand, right? With the troops, being moved.
Well, yeah. Well, I was just gonna say the fact that our news is not really covering it the way that it's not letting us know how much of an asshole our president really is, but pretty much the rest of the world knows that this thing is being instigated by the U.S. Our president and his administration. But
basically, and the UN. The UN is in on it too, but we're kind of a bully of the UN for whatever reason. I don't know how it got to that point, but we tend to bully the UN into doing our bidding. So, and Putin has a problem with those damn bases, UN building bases in Ukraine, because it's right off the coast of fucking Russia. And in any country, any person, anybody, if somebody was building I don't know, sniper machines across the street from you that pointed right into your window, you would have a problem with that. You would have a problem
Yeah.
with that. Why are you building a sniper that points right in through my window? You
Yeah.
know,
Oh yeah.
that's just common fucking sense.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have a sniper. I'm gonna put a sniper in my window, pointing right back at their house.
Doc says they are pushing Ukraine to hide the midnight flight where they are flying illegals over the country and just dropping them off. I don't know about that, but there is some border shit going on with that. The Cuban Missile Crisis, JFK was about USSR putting nukes in Cuba. Yeah, we was talking about that. I don't know about the border disputes, but I do know that it's really a lot more complicated than we see. Like what Pat was saying, the news that we get is so filtered that it turns into a whole narrative that's totally different from what actually is happening on the ground over there. So it's actually difficult to get those kinds of details. But I did hear some stuff about some border issues, because I believe that is really what's going on. There's border issues going on, and then you got ethnic Russians inside of Ukraine that identify with Russia. So that's another thing that's going on. And then you have to understand that Ukraine used to be a part of Russia. So Russia still kind of feels like, okay, y'all want to be your own independent thing, but on the cool, y'all are still kind of Russia. Kind of how China is with Taiwan. You know what I'm saying? Taiwan is all like, we're our own thing. We got a different history and so forth and so on. But China's like, yeah, that's true, but
no, y'all still my bitches. I don't care what y'all say. You know.
So, but you got to understand that too, because Taiwan is right there off the coast of China. That's another situation where you wouldn't want America, United States, to have bases in Taiwan. It's way too close to China. They could deploy a whole shit ton of troops in a short amount of time. They could let some missiles off in a short amount of time and be attacking like Hong Kong or some shit in a short amount of time. No, that's a no-go. Doc says, what I do know is Ukraine asked 46 to calm down. As far as I'm concerned, we should shut up and be ready if asked until they stay out of their problem. Like, it's not our problem. It's not. We have so much going on. That is my whole point. I could end the show right now, because that's the whole point of what I wanted to say today. The United States is nipping and picking in all of these situations around the world. Meanwhile, their situation at home is crumbling like a motherfucker. Are they aware of what's going on here at home? Or do they care? Or because even if you are, look what happened with Rome. Like, let's say United States can win these wars and even, like, I don't know, somehow take over Russia and China, which I don't see happening, Iran. But then what's happening at home is going to cause the whole fucking thing to come the fuck down. Like, the rest of the people in the world can just, like, okay, y'all win, and just don't even fight the U.S. and just wait. Because this shit is fucking collapsing over here.
Yeah, and I wish there was more that we could do about it, because they is at a position to where, like, because overnight, like, it got so crazy within, like, the first week. There was some demands made about the border, and instead of meeting his demands or negotiating something that was fair for both, it just started just declining. Like, it's just, and then every day, every other day, we're really gonna be hearing more and more. Like, before we know it, it's gonna be like everything took off.
And that's what they're planning, because that's why they feed us this news every day, so that if war breaks out, no one's surprised. They're like, oh, well, I guess we got to go to war.
Oh yeah, it's on. So but that's another old playbook trick. They've been doing this same thing for a long time. They tell us but then they're telling us is one thing, that the fight is about one thing. but they're actually over there for something totally different. Because, I mean, you gotta realize, like, Putin is a oil baron. A lot of this stuff, I truly believe, is over the pipeline.
Yeah. It's economically based for sure. It's always that. It's always that. It has to do with trade. All the wars are always. I was watching a story. They was talking about the Crusades, and that Crusades was really about opening trade routes and dominating trade routes. And then the Muslim I don't want to say the wrong name, but when the Muslims took over and spread, it was about trade, establishing these trade and dominating those trade routes. It wasn't really about. They were saying it was about Christianity or Islam, but no, it wasn't about that. It was about a certain group of people wanting to control the trade routes. That's what it's all about. Back, when what is it? What's the name of the Boston something? The damn ship. It was the shipping back. That's how they ended up, because that's how Britain ended up having the dominant navy, is because they had the trade. You know what I'm saying? They owned a company that ended up having a monopoly on the trade. And of course, they would shoot and sink other ships that would trying to trade. Like, no, nigga, all trade coming through us. And so that's what I'm trying to get people to understand, is pretty much all of these wars are that. When I was showing the map yesterday of the Horn of Africa and then really important trade routes through there and what's happening in the countries that are there, and same thing with Central America, that's what it's all about. And that's what get people to understand. And then it'd be about specific resources. So that's what happens in the DR Congo. That's what happens with bananas, with the banana wars, And so sometimes it's literally about oil, because that's what happened with Iraq. And sometimes it's gold, because they got a lot of gold in Iraq too. So it'd be specific resources and specific trade routes are always the reason.
Yeah. I mean, as we spoke about last night, I mean, trying to position themselves, when we was talking about Israel and Palestine, trying to position themselves to where they have direct access instead of, having to negotiate with other people to be able to get into those trading centers, those ports and stuff.
Yeah, so I'm going to play a bit of this video. Let me read Doc's comments. He says, they need a war to rally the people. It worked for the Republicans. It's just the representatives pick their enemies with better care. Yeah, man, I think so. And when you have a divided country, remember when George W. Bush came in before 9/11, the country was super divided then, and he was like a lot of people felt like he was an illegitimate president. But then the war broke out, and that brought everybody together. So let's what they say, history rhymes. You know what I'm saying? So here we are today. Nobody can argue that the United States is super divided, probably more divided than it's been in ever since like the Civil War, if you will. So here we are. What would bring us together? A war with Russia and China. We would all be buddies. We would all be on the same team again. All this Republican Democrat shit would go right out of the window. And Doc says all wars are ultimately about money, fertile ground, and strategic placement for future expansion. Yeah, bro. All this, we will be bipartisan in a heartbeat if a war breaks out. All right, y'all. I'm gonna just play a bit of this. Don't go to sleep, y'all. Check it out.
This is actually the second this week, and for this episode, I really wanted to have Rania on because Rania just took multiple trips that I mean, each trip deserves its own episode, so we're going to try to fit them both in today. But Rania with the team at Breakthrough News, amazing journalistic team, including Eugene Puryear, Will Whiteman, and others, they just took a trip to Ethiopia and Eritrea. And there's so much to talk about there. These are countries that are targeted now by U.S. sanctions. These are countries that have been resisting a war in which foreign meddling has played an important role in and the war that they've been waging against this group, the TPLF, the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front, which, there's a lot of evidence suggesting that the TPLF has been supported by the United States and European powers. We're going to talk about that in a second. But Rania also just got back a few days ago from Cuba, a country that has been targeted by Washington for decades. Ever since the 1959 revolution, Cuba has been targeted for regime change, coup attempts, a failed invasion with Bay of Pigs. And then for over 60 years now, Cuba has been under this suffocating economic blockade that is illegal every single year for 29 years. The entire international community, the actual international community, which, by the way, doesn't just mean all the white countries, the actual international community every year votes to condemn the U.S. blockade on Cuba. Well, Rania just took a trip there, and as we talk about it, I'm going to show photos of her trip that she tweeted out. So, Rania, let's start with Cuba, and then I want to talk about Ethiopia and Eritrea as well. But because it's more fresh in your mind, can you talk about your trip to Cuba?
So before she goes into stuff about Cuba, like, what do y'all know about Cuba? Like, the blockade, we all know that they all drive old cars and stuff. And then it's like they're supposed to be a communist country or whatever. And they're also kind of shunned in the international community. Like, what do y'all know about Cuba? It's like right off the coast of Florida, you guys.
What do I know about Cuba?
Yeah, like, what is your perception of Cuba? Because I feel like, Americans, it's so crazy how we cannot know about this stuff, and it's right there off this. It might as well be a part of the United States. We said that before, a part of America.
Yeah, it should be, but because of them fighting for the independence, to get their independence or whatever. But I think my outlook on it is probably going to be a little different than most, because, I look at it as, a safe haven for people, period. But, I'm not the type that believes everything I hear in the news. And, I ask myself those hard questions, because about certain situations, because for somebody to go against a country the way that they have and talk down about it, I think that they don't want people to know how good his system really works.
Because they are an amazing success story. They're right off the coast of the United States. The United States been wanting to conquer them basically forever, and they haven't been able to do so. So Cuba somehow has been able to hold their own all this time, and that is amazing if you really understand like the global politics and the way shit works, and how it's right off the coast of Florida, and the United States still don't really. We do have a whole bunch of influence now. Don't get it twisted. It has to do with private capital. I wrote a paper about that. Anyways, the Caribbean is my little specialty right now, but Cuba is a success story. They have been able to resist the United States. They have been able to decide their own fate, if you will. And they've also been able to like help other countries. They're real buddy with Venezuela, and Venezuela is another country that always gets talked bad about by the United States. And then what they always be saying is that they don't have this and they don't have that. They're backwards. But what the part of the story that you don't understand is that the United States has a blockade on them. That's the reason why they don't have shit, is because the United States literally has ships like surrounding the damn island and keeping them from, or they have tariffs on products. They have reasons for other countries to not want to trade with Cuba. So Cuba can't sell their products and they can't get stuff. So they have to rely completely on themselves. And that's the reason why they drive these old ass cars, is because these are the cars that they got shipped there before the embargoes. And they just keep on fucking working on them hoes, keeping them running.
Yeah. I used to watch a custom garage show that was based out of Cuba. And that's what they did. And they talked about how they couldn't get parts. And all of their vehicles over there are American vehicles. They're all old school Chevy vehicles, Chevys and Fords and stuff like that, and they just continue to rebuild parts and things of that nature. But yeah, man, it's crazy, you know. And that's what they taught us in school, that Cuba was a communist country and they were really bad, you know. But yeah, I mean, as you get older, you learn to understand different, you know.
Yep. So let me play a bit more. We're gonna educate the audience. This is very, very educational stuff right here.
And how your experience was there.
Yeah, I felt really like privileged to be able to go to Cuba because since Trump took office, he basically undid all of the normalization efforts of the Obama administration. And so now Americans can't visit Cuba as tourists anymore. You have to go under like a certain condition, like there's like journalism, there's humanitarian aid, and there's like doing religious work, of course, because, you know, the US is so obsessed with like proselytizing right-wing Christianity across Latin America. So we went, you know, we got a journalist visas. We've been trying to go on this trip for quite some time. In fact, but the pandemic kind of put it on hold because Cuba took COVID very seriously and wasn't like allowing people to visit for a while. So I felt really lucky to get to go. I've never been to Cuba. Of course, as like a leftist, it's always been a place I wanted to go. And it was a little bit of a contradictory feeling on a lot of levels because it's an amazing country with a really incredible and inspiring system that is, I would say, so much more democratic than the system that we have in the US, which I know is contrary to the way that the media portrays Cuba as like some sort of dictatorship and police state. It wasn't a police state or dictatorship feeling there at all. And I've been in police states and dictatorships, and I know what that's like. This was
like the United States, you mean?
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about police states, there's nothing that compares to the US on like 5 different levels. You know, I think I saw one cop car while I was there, like drive by, like a traffic cop car, and that's it. We walked around with a camera and no handlers all around Havana, and no one once asked us for our credentials. We just went around talking to people on camera, and we weren't stopped and asked for our credentials. And people were very open about their political opinions on camera. Nobody was scared to talk. People were very willing to be critical of the government, in fact, just not in the way maybe the American government wants. The American wants capitalist opposition in Cuba. What you have in Cuba is some frustration with the situation there, but much of the criticism is actually from like a left perspective. And maybe like a different, you know, like a different view of how maybe the government should be handling this difficulty or that challenge. But it was a really open place, a really warm culture, a really inviting place. The contradiction, of course, was, and I wouldn't call it a contradiction, more of like the feeling there was, it was really sad because people are dealing with a lot of difficulties because of the blockade. And of course, Cuba's been under blockade, as you mentioned, for 60 years. And that's in combination with all kinds of U.S. schemes to undermine the socialist revolution in that country. You know, whether it's hundreds of assassination attempts, attempted invasions, actual terrorism sponsored by the United States, and so many other ways the U.S. has tried to undermine the Cuban government through, you know, various NGOs and NGO money and using the internet and on and on and on and on. But because under Trump, he came in and his administration attacked Cuba's main sources of income through the tourism industry is a main source of income that was attacked by Trump. I mean, Trump added 243 new sanctions against Cuba, and that is on top of the already very crippling U.S. blockade that makes the economic situation in that country difficult. This made it even worse, and this happened during a pandemic. So in the middle of a pandemic, you have Cuba being cut off from tourism, both because of the pandemic and because of these new sanctions, as well as remittances. You know, Trump made it, I think he limited the amount of remittances that people in the U.S. can send back to their families in Cuba. And, you know, people all over the developing world depend on remittances from their families in the global north who have immigrated. And that's not just Cuba. I mean, that's the case for Lebanon. That's the case for basically all over Africa, all over the Middle East, all over Latin America. So that's a huge source of income that people depend on that they were cut off from because of.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to put y'all to sleep. And she said a lot. So like the remittances, they send money back to their people. Like that's how here in the States we hear about that for Mexicans or for people that are in like Arabic countries a lot, and it's totally okay. But if it's to a country that the United States doesn't like Venezuela, you can't send money there. And then that's the thing, because they always make like the truth after the fact, if you will. Like they make the narrative true after the fact. Like they come up with the narrative first, and then they create the conditions for the narrative to seem true. Because people be like, so then you want to go live in Venezuela? No, because the United States got Venezuela all fucked up. And then the idea of the global north and the global south, you know what I'm saying? And I don't like those terms, but these are academic terms. We use them to describe, developed countries versus undeveloped countries. But then there you go with developed and undeveloped. What does that mean? And then capital. It's all about extorting resources, and the perception of people. Like a lot of people feel like Africa is full of huts and villages.
Spear chuckers.
No, nigga, it's been organized people in Africa for a long ass time, and they've been building structures for a long ass time. You got all kinds of shit all over Africa, bro. So that's the thing that people can't. They like their brain. Cause think about the country here. You go to the country here, and you swear you can find some niggas that's living in 1950. They don't even know it's 2022.
I mean, think about one of the other images they sell. It says the big belly, black kids with flies all over their face and shit.
Yeah, to extort money out of you, and that none of that money goes to help no fucking body. Goes in somebody's fucking pocket. All of Africa is starving. They've been starving this whole time, and then there's an argument for that commercial because it's like, y'all haven't fed them kids yet. Damn, we've been paying because they've been doing that commercial since like the 80s, huh? The 90s at least.
What commercial?
The commercial with the kid with the bloated belly and the fly flying around on his face.
Oh yeah. That was definitely like probably the late 80s. Definitely by the 90s. It was.
It does get to you, right? The fly is crawling across the little kid's face, and you just want to wipe it away. Like it bothers you. It's like, why won't the kid flick the fly off of him, bro? Like, can I just reach through the screen and that's what the feeling you get, and that's what you're supposed to get. So that's what you end up giving money. Give somebody some money so they can go over there and wipe that fly off the little kid's face. Damn, at least they can do that. Yeah, I don't know. Do people care? Do we even care? Like, because the thing is, they talk about starving kids in Somalia, starving kids in Ethiopia, but what about starving kids in Houston? Starving kids in Boston or Los Angeles, wherever the fuck you want to name. So that's the thing. Do people really care? Because if they really cared, then they would care about their community. You can't help the world, you know what I'm saying? But you can help your community, and helping the community is helping the world. You know what I'm saying? It's real simple. What do you say? Think global, act local. Woo. Yeah, what y'all think? Because I've been talking a lot.
I think it's fucked up, that's the imagery that they want to put in your head, that Africa is beneath everybody else. And when honestly, dude, Africa is probably a lot better off than America is. It's just crazy.
Breaking up. Yeah.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, it's just it goes back to that programming. You know, I watched that full-on interview of Akon talking about Africa and just shedding light on it, and talking to different people that I've worked with that are from there. Like, dude, it's definitely not as bad as what they try to portray.
Because everybody got their problems. Anywhere you go in the world, there's going to be some opportunities and disadvantages. You know what I mean? Like some good parts and some bad parts of it.
I think there's poverty everywhere in the world.
I don't know about that. Some countries can have dealt with that a lot better than others, and that's why I do this, because I want people to compare countries, because that's how you can understand what your country is doing well at and what they could freaking definitely improve at. And you look at how much money they have. You look at smaller countries who don't have much money, but they're much better at some things that these much richer countries suck at. So that's how you know it's not about money when it comes to those things. It's more about, like, what do you find important? Prioritizing, triage. In America, we don't do that triage. We wait till you go. It's an emergency, and then we try to fix it. Or whatever. I mean, we don't prioritize. Like, I'll be talking about education and infrastructure. Like, those two things should be so high on the list of importance. And those are two things that people are like, meh, whatever. Let's talk about something else. They're like, how the hell are we going to compete globally? We're not teaching our kids. They're dumb as fuck. They can't even compete with these people in other countries that's actually teaching their children. We're going into a global world. It's a global market. You're competing with people right now today, regular ass Walmart. You go apply at Walmart, the applications are probably from people from all over the fucking world. They might even be sending that application from another place in the world, and they're planning on coming later or whatever the hell.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, man.
So what I'm saying is, every job, as time goes on, as we move into the future, every job you're going to be competing for that job in a global market, a global job market. Because if the job is worth a shit, then it's going to be, people from all over the world that's going to want that job, because it's different conditions around the world. You don't know what they have an advantage. Like, that's the thing. You could go to Cuba and go to college for free. They don't charge you. Like, me and you could go over there to Cuba right now and go get an education, and they're not going to even charge us, even though we're not even Cuban. They value education over there. That's why everybody is educated. They speak multiple language. They understand politics too. Over here in the United States, these niggas don't understand politics. That's why you got politicians up there telling them some bullshit, and they soaking this shit the fuck in, swallowing it.
Well, and that's the main thing. The reason for that, because I mean, at one point, our schools used to teach civics, but when they realized that, damn, these people understand this stuff so much, like, we need to take this out of the curriculum, because this is messing up our plans. Like, we can't get over on these people the same way we want to, so they stripped it from the curriculum. I mean, you can't really say it's exactly the same as what they're doing with CRT, but because like they're acting like it's already in schools, but it's really not. And just the thought of some people, having to, subjecting their kids to learning that has them in a, like, they don't even fully understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they can be mad about it, just because somebody else said this is what it is.
And that's what makes me so mad, when people are ignorant as hell and they want to argue their point, and they're all emotional. That's because they're triggered, like we was talking about. Are you an algorithm? You've turned into Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith is taking over you. you know, and you don't even know what you're talking about, but you just feel like you know, and you're all like adamant about it. You've heard somebody that's really smart, somebody that you look up to say these words, but you know what people don't understand is that people get paid to say these words. Like even though that person that you look up to is probably really smart, but are those words that's coming out of his mouth really his words? You got to think about that. Why is he saying those words? Does he really believe them? I used to love to listen to Rush Limbaugh and all of them dudes, Levin, the talk radio shows, the right wing talk radio shows. They entertaining and educational. You know, you can learn a lot. They're not dumb people. They just get paid to say certain things that you know animates people. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how they make their money, basically. Once you figure out a game, you figure out your trick, what it is, your gimmick. You know what I'm saying? Your show, what your show is. Your show is and like making like white people or conservatives angry is your stick. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to do with your intelligence. You could be very, very intelligent, but you're gonna say these things that are gonna sound pretty ignorant, but they're for triggering. They're for theater.
Definitely.
You know, they're trolling these people.
And it's really sad, bro. It's really sad that, you know, our adult class, like we probably have more children that care more about what's going on in the world than we have adults. And, you know, that's rapidly changing because, I mean, it's just, I guess maybe so many other, it's just distractions. Like, I mean, that's the main thing to keep us distracted so that we don't pay enough attention to what they're doing so they can slide by the few different laws that they've passed. And it's just, I don't know, man. It's sad that more people don't really pay more attention to all of that.
I wish they would. Let me play a bit more.
Trump. And then there's the medical brigades.
We could
Cuba
talk
has
over this if you guys are.
medical
I'm gonna
system.
turn her
It's
down a
socialist
bit.
medical care is free, and it's all revolves around preventative care in a really holistic way, where like you have layers of medical care from your local neighborhood doctor, whose house you can go to for easy visits, who goes and actually checks on disabled and elderly people in the neighborhood to make sure their vitals are good, their blood pressure is good, they're getting what they need, to neighborhood clinics, to bigger hospitals that they'll send you to if the neighborhood clinic can't help you, and then various specialties they'll send you to if you like need real like serious care for a really serious problem. And so their medical system inside the country is incredible because it exists across the country, even in the countryside, which was a huge accomplishment of the revolution in Cuba. But more than that, Cuba has these international medical brigades that they send their doctors to provide basically free medical care to areas around the world, particularly the developing world. And they'll serve, in very poor areas of like Brazil and Venezuela and Bolivia and various countries in Africa in order to provide care to people who otherwise don't have access to medical care. Maybe there's no clinic in their town, right? And so Trump, when he took office, he had, John Bolton and Marco Rubio in charge of these policies to try to strangle these leftist Latin American governments. They basically pressured various governments to kick out, to deport the Cuban doctors. And that's what happened with Bolsonaro in Brazil. One of the first things he did was he deported the medical brigades, essentially taking away access to medical care for his own people, but also governments like Brazil that have money, what they would do is they would pay a stipend to the doctors, as well as a portion of that money would go to the Cuban government. So that was the purpose of kicking out those medical brigades. And then as soon as there was the coup in Bolivia, you remember when Janine Áñez took over, one of the first things that she did at the behest of the U.S. government, and I'm sure, you know, her own volition because she's a fascist, was to kick out the Cuban doctors in Brazil, accusing them of being spies. And
sorry to cut you off, Ronnie, really
Go ahead.
quickly, but also what's funny, I mean, it's really sad, but what's sadistically funny in Brazil is that after Bolsonaro kicked out all of those Cuban doctors, during the pandemic, there were so many rural areas in Brazil without Cuban doctors, so they desperately requested them to send back the doctors that he had expelled.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, you can, like, this is U.S. government policy. Mike Pompeo applauded that, by the way, applauded Bolivia and Brazil for kicking out the Cuban doctors, because what the U.S. does is it has Cuba on the human trafficking list, because they claim that these Cuban doctors are slaves, that the Cuban government is forcing to work around the world for free so that the Cuban government can make their money from off of the doctors' free labor, which isn't even true. The doctors actually make more money abroad than they do inside Cuba. So it was, you know, it's just such a ridiculous accusation. But actually, part of the reason for that accusation is also to pressure governments that use this medical care to push out those doctors, because it kind of subjects them to potential punishment as well for participating in so-called human trafficking. But anyways, it's, you know, that's another huge source of income that's been taken away from the Cubans.
So like the medical system there focuses on prevention, and that's like the opposite of what we do here. We don't go to the doctor until we're super sick, like about to die, because we don't want to pay the money. They encourage their people to go to the doctor early for any and every little thing, with no fee. So, you know, so that they can catch, you know, problems early and deal with them early, because it's a like socialist pro healthcare, they always trying to cut costs. It costs more money to deal with these problems when they become a bigger problem, and it costs less when you deal with them before. It's really, really, really simple. But they know that, and they know that here in the States, and that's the same reason why when you go to the doctor, you have to spend all this money, because it's more expensive now, because you went to the doctor when your problem has turned into a super big problem. Are y'all following me, or I'm putting you out of sleep?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm losing y'all.
I'm a little bit lost, but the last bit that she said was can you remind me of the last little bit, because I've been kind of here and listening, but
Yeah, I was talking about how our system is not there in Cuba. The system is preventative, you know, because you can go to the doctor for free.
With the hospital stuff, the trust that the people have also,
Right.
with the system, because it's not just wait till. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and I mean, I can totally relate with that, because it's like, there's a lot more honesty in this type of system that they're playing. Because I mean, it's a holistic, natural type of
Right.
medical system, so that
And the people don't feel like
it's not as expensive, and people feel like, okay, I have a relationship with this person,
that they're not just trying to make money off of me, that they're really just trying to make me feel better.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
make me healthier.
Look, go grab this out of your garden, or out of your, you find this in your backyard, or this, that, and the other. I mean, when
Exactly.
somebody's telling, when you tell them, what the,
But look, what's wrong with our system? A lot of times the doctor should be telling you, drink some more water, eat some vegetables, go get some sunlight, and get some exercise. Go walk or run or jog or something. Do some yoga.
Yeah, prescribe some walking, definitely stay hydrated. I mean, and if is some medicine. It's something that you can pick up at the food store. You
Yeah.
know, at the
So,
the
but that doesn't make money for the medical industry. So that's the problem. If you have a system that's set up for profit, you know, that's how it's going to be. They're going to send you to the pharmaceutical. They're going to make you have to pay for your visit to see the doctor. You're going to have to pay for whatever they do. Like, he gives you consultation, so that's another fee. You know what I'm saying? That you know, if that's the reason
they
why we
send
don't trust it.
they send you over to this place to get blood work,
And
you know, for them to be able to tell you what kind of pharmaceuticals that they can give you instead of something natural that no matter what your blood type is, you should be good. You know, but it's you know, I mean and it's a scam. Like, our system is truly a scam.
Yeah.
These things, a lot of the pharmaceutical stuff, yeah, they work as a temporary, but they keep you on. It's nothing that truly is there to cure you.
But
It's
see,
only
all of that, what irritates the shit out of me is that all of that makes sense, and people would agree with this. But then, as soon as I say Medicare for all, then people gonna say, "No, I'm not into that socialism. I'm not trying to be a communist."
you know, I would, I would have the argument against you, not for that reason, but more so that it's not great for you. Like, I mean, like the everything that they're trying to, like, I mean, focus you toward these chemicals that, you know, okay, go to the doctor and get your test, find out what the problem is, and then go home and call your you know what I'm saying, your herbalist or your holistic doctor that may not have the equipment they have, and y'all work on it from there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but again, the Medicare for all takes the profit model out of. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? And it gives
well,
them
yeah, but I mean,
opportunity.
that's never gonna happen here. Like, I mean, I mean, let's just, I mean, those are taglines that they use politically to, you know, to pretend like they're trying to do something that's good for the people, but it's already been decided through their neoliberal friends that, yeah, we got a bunch of points on that one, and you know, it's like, well, you know, I guess they'll see it when they, you know, like they'll, you know, they'll never see this in their lifetime, which is
But
pretty
why?
much
But why can't it be here? You know,
because you ain't shit. You
and we
don't,
don't deserve it.
you're not worthy of anything that they have. Like, they deserve it all. Your ass, like, the only reason why I even give you a paycheck is just to shut your ass up, and I still rob you of every dime you got anyway.
And you're just gonna come spend all the money at my store anyway,
Yeah,
even
I'm
after I
give you,
just gave you the paycheck. You just gonna.
I give you a few of my you know, tokens, you know, these coupons that I give that you can use, which the dollars. They give you these coupons that you can come and use at their store, where you may not be able to even get all the things that you need. Therefore, you're not getting everything, any of the stuff that you want. So that
Well,
repetitive cycle, I mean, they are winning because do you think that they use you know, all the medications and stuff that they prescribe?
yeah, they probably at home doing some damn home remedy shit that they find that's from Native
Yeah,
Americans or Africans.
they done studied some shit from China, deep Asia, of Africa, maybe even some of the stuff that we did here in America before they came around. They're studying shit like that, but they're gonna try to sell you the bullshit that's gonna fuck up your liver and have your ass leaking. You know,
because they making no killing off of it. It's all about money, and like you said, it's really about fuck you. Because this is what I be saying about the United States. The reason why we can't have nice things in the United States because the history, the racial history that we have here in the United States, and especially this class system that we have. And it's like, fuck you. No, I'm not going to the same damn doctor or hospital as you. Fuck you. If you have $100 million in your bank account, then you can go to the same damn doctor and stuff like that as me. You've earned the right to be there. Other than that, fuck you. If you know what I'm saying, fuck you. Die in the streets. Starve, bitch.
And I say it's more so the classism because they don't give a shit about the poor whites either, or you know the Latinos and this, that, and the other. Because I mean, bro, these people fly to South America to where all this naturopath, the holistic doctors are, and get themselves checked out by those doctors, and come back here, live, and start selling you these same drugs that they would never take. Bro, like that's one of the main reasons why I would be against Medicare. Because I mean, I know for the most part, like everybody, you know, you get to see a doctor, but you know they're leading you down a path of destruction.
Yeah, but Medicare for all with and see, so instilling
potentially, we're still talking about the U.S. system.
Yeah,
Like,
so but hopefully going down that road. But we as a community, it's like that's the thing. Us, each other, we're like, I've got Blue Cross Blue Shield. I don't know about you. I mean, what insurance provider do you have? You know what I'm saying? You need to go on and just get you some insurance. But that's what you need to do.
Nigga.
Let me read comments because I'm behind. I don't know how far back I need to go. Cuba, this is Doc. Cuba takes 80% of their earned funds, so they do make more money abroad because they get paid more. Yeah, you know, I don't know about 80%. The U.S. isn't ready for Medicare for all. We need to address the collusion between insurance first. Then we can drop the medical prices significantly. Only then can we realistically look into getting free care for everybody. So yeah, so that's part of what Medicare for all is supposed to do is make it so where they can come together and the pharmaceutical prices, because the reason why you got these pharmaceutical prices is because they can't leverage their buying power. And if you had the government saying, bruh, we're not paying this amount you want to charge us for insulin, or look at how much they charge y'all. Have y'all ever looked at y'all hospital bills? Like once you go to the hospital, y'all know what saline is. I know y'all know what saline is, right? So a bag of saline might be $80 or some shit like that. How much you think it costs to produce a bag of saline?
Shit, it ain't nothing but what, filtered water with salt.
Yeah. So how much it costs to make a bag of saline? Less than a penny, maybe? Not even a penny. Why the fuck they charging us $80 for this? Doc says, just look at the Virginia VA if you want a glimpse of what Medicare for all will be like. VA let my father die by using accountants instead of doctors to determine the path of treatment. I've heard a lot of good stories about the VA actually is a good hospital. This is the corruption of the United States that gets into that. But there's a lot of good stories with the VA too, bro. People being able to, I know veterans that, they get to go to the doctor and they get their shit taken care of way better than the average person. I couldn't go to the doctor and get that shit taken care of. Even if they fucked up with your uncle or whatever, your father, because they do fuck up, and that's the American corruption. But I think that the VA is a good thing. It's a very good thing. And even if, like, would your father even have been in the hospital otherwise if he wasn't a veteran? Would he have been able to get that same procedures get done in the regular hospital? An insured person pays something like $12K for a broken leg. The homeless person charges $5 to $6K for the exact same treatment. And that's true. And guess who pays that $5 or $6K for the homeless person? Me and you. So that's another pressure on the system that people don't really want to recognize. We're already paying a Medicare for all. We're already paying. We pay more than anybody else in the fucking world for medical expenses. And we absorb those costs in the ER. When all of these people go to the doctor, I've done it myself. And you're super sick. You don't have money to go to the doctor. You go to the ER and they be like, how you going to pay for this? I can't pay. So they send you a bill. You don't pay those medical bills. Somebody has to pay these bills, people. They don't just evaporate, okay? So that goes into the tax dollars. It's coming out of your pocket anyways. So guess what? You don't like the homeless. You don't want them to have health care. Guess what? You paying for the health care anyway when they go to the ER. It's coming out of your pocket.
Yeah. But, I mean, with the Medicare for All or whatever it's called, health insurance for all, you know, I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those things, like, are we going to get any better treatment? Is the medicines, is it going to bring about better holistic medications as opposed to you take this medication to help you with this, but it has 100 different side effects at once? Like, it's like, man, this shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah, so you take one drug, it gets the side effects. So you take another drug for that side effect, then you take another drug for the side effect that drug was giving you, and it's like their whole goal. Because you see older folks now, they have these little containers, and people aren't that even old already. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and on some of these drugs, like the heart drugs, like once they start you on these drugs, you literally cannot ever stop, because if you do, you die. So you literally have to buy these drugs for the rest of your life to stay alive. And then they charge you for these drugs. If you don't pay for them, they're not going to give them to you and you die. That's like the best game you can ever come up with, is to tell somebody they got to take something and, charge them for it. And then they have to keep taking it to stay alive for the rest of their life. These blood pressure medications, these heart medications, once you start on this medication, you have to keep taking it, because it does something. What it does, you have to literally keep taking it, or you literally will die. And I be talking about like transplants, like a heart. Like, how much would you pay for a heart? How much would you pay for a lung or a kidney?
I mean,
something? You would pay whatever. What if it was for your child or your wife or whatever? You needed this organ. The medical system that we have, it's all about profit. So they know you're gonna pay. So now you're gonna put up your house for sale. You're gonna do whatever you got to do to come up with this huge amount of money. You know what I'm saying? And it's really about the profit. All of that amount, that, like the organ, did it cost $250,000 for them to remove the organ and put it in? Well, who's getting the money anyways? Does it go to the person it came from? That person is probably not alive if it's a damn heart. Yeah. Where's the money going? What? I mean, of course it has value because it gives you life, but where does the cost part comes from? How much does it cost to get a heart? Do y'all get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it, but it's one of them. You talking about this heart? It takes me back. I can't remember the name of this movie, but I watched this movie back in high school, bro, and it was literally these people were getting these heart transplants, which were. It was like they had to pay, either they paid for it up front or they paid it in payments. And it was like a mechanical heart. And they had a guy, if you didn't pay, this dude was literally, it didn't give a fuck if you was at a family function or what. He would pull you out to the side and literally like take that, if you didn't pay, take that mechanical heart out and you were dead.
Yes, I saw that movie. I saw that movie. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So it's just, it's kind of, it's crazy, man. It's just, I was trying to make a point, but I lost my train of thought. But it's just, you know, it's one of those things, and I think, you know, I feel like, you know, if we pay more attention to what we put in our bodies and we actually follow what, you know, what some of the people that actually get out there and speak say, you know, cut back on meat, cut back on these starchy foods, you know, all of this sugar and stuff, you know, exercise a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? You know, drink more water, do this, do that. You know, I think we would be a little bit better. You know, I think the only time we would really have to worry about hospitalization or seeing the doctor for, you know, just an annual checkup and some shit like that.
But that's my point, bro. That's my point. The profit model needs to be taken out of healthcare. If the doctor gonna get paid the same amount regardless in your visit, then he's more likely to tell you the truth. He's gonna be like, well, bro, you just need to drink some damn water, get you some damn sunlight. But if it makes his money, he got pressure coming from the pharmaceutical companies, he got pressure coming from the hospital to make prescriptions and to order procedures, then that's what he's gonna do. But if the hospital is paid for already, everything is already paid for, then he can tell you the truth and be like, bro, just get you some ginger. A lot of people be knowing this shit. Get you some ginger and some tea. Drink you some ginger tea, bro, and take a walk in the park.
Look here.
Let me read Doc's comment right quick. Doc says, the point is the homeless person gets the price that it should be for everyone, but they elevate the prices for the insured to make money. If the government starts paying for all, the price will become the insured price. And that's exactly, and I got it, Doc. I knew that's what you were saying. And I mean, it goes along with what I'm saying, really, you know. They have to compete with the insurance companies. I used to work in a doctor's office, and you know, the insurance companies are the ones that be like, no, I'm not gonna pay for that. No, I'm not gonna pay for that procedure or whatever. And then like that's why. And then the hospital is like, okay, well this insurance company is willing to pay this for that, and we're gonna go through that insurance company because so we can get more, or they can get more, or whatever. Like, you know, so yes, the government, the amount that they pay for the homeless is what he was saying is the amount that we should be paying. But what I'm saying is we're paying that amount for the homeless anyways out of our taxes. It costs enough to get a heart that most politicians sold theirs already. Damn. I'm sorry, dudes. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Shit, I forgot. Oh, no. I was just referring back to, you know, I remember watching it wasn't a full-on documentary, hour-long, 30-minute long. It was just like kind of like a 5 or 10 minute long clip of what's his name, Dr. Sebi, you know, and he was saying that basically we could cure ourselves of all illnesses if we would just do right and follow and be more alkaline in our bodies, eat more alkaline foods, get away from foods that produces mucus and things of that nature in our bodies, you know. And I'm just like, man, maybe if we all would take heed to that, you know, I don't know, because they know that people are going to continue to eat the American way. They know that you're going to go and get the greasiest hamburger and the fried chicken and this and that. But I feel like if people were able to change their style of eating and eat better, you know, maybe that within itself can cut
but
down,
what if
them to bring that profit model down? I don't know. I mean,
what
we
if
live
your
in a
doctor,
capitalist society, though.
what if your doctor was telling you from when you was a kid to eat better and drink water and exercise?
The thing about it is, I can't speak for everybody, but the thing about it is, you've been knowing me pretty much my whole life. I've been heavy set my whole life, for the most part. And as a kid, I remember the doctors telling you know, people who were taking care of me at the time, hey, you know, he needs to pull back, you know, make him get out and run, make him get into activities and things of this nature, you know. But I chose to do this and do that, and you know, and hey, it's a consequence that I have to live with. So there are some doctors out there that will tell you, hey man, you know, hey bro, you need to drop a little weight. You can do that by doing this, you can do that by doing that. You know, I mean, there are some doctors out there that will tell you that.
I think that's once you get to the extreme once you get to extreme levels, is when because again, our system is set up that way. Once something is extra bad, that's when we react. We don't jump on it preventatively. We don't be on no. Let's not let it get to that point. Before it even gets to that point, those words should have already been said.
Yeah. I mean, like I said,
people don't even know what foods like potato chips. I be trying to get people to not eat potato chips. Whenever I see kids around, and I don't like to buy potato chips. I go to people's house and I see they buy cases of potato chips for their kids, and the kids just be eating potato chips all day long. And then I don't think people really understand how bad those are for you. And like when they be talking about like diabetes, right? And then they be thinking about sugar, right? And that's true. But those damn potato chips will give your ass diabetes faster than a motherfucker.
Yeah, the carbohydrate channel.
That means your processing system.
It's that stuff that they use to cook it or whatever. It's the saturated fats.
Yeah, saturated fats, starch, it's a combination of it all. Yeah. No, you're right. You know, I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't have the answers. It's just, I don't know. It's crazy.
I just think we have to change our attitudes on the ideas of like Medicare for all. If we can't never imagine it actually happening in the United States, then it's never going to happen. And that's what I be saying about like a utopia. Yeah, maybe there can never be a utopia. But if we can't imagine one, then yes, there never can be one. You get what I'm saying? Somebody has to believe. Somebody has to, can envision this thing being real for it to ever be real. The universe is mind. Somebody got to think of it and see it working before it becomes a thing that actually works. Because we already feel like if it did come in Medicare for all, we feel like it wouldn't work and it would be fucked up some kind of way. So we already got that idea in our mind. So then therefore that's pretty much what's probably going to happen.
Well, that idea stems from because we know the corruption that surrounds our government and the systems that are already in place. So it's like it's one of them things. This shit sounds too good to be true. What's the fuckery behind it? You know what I'm saying? And I think that is the deal. That's the thing, dude. Like this government has lost trust with their people. No one truly trusts the government. And what they, and what they're because it's always an underlying fucking objective behind whatever they say that they're doing. And we've seen it so many times. We've seen it so many times, bro, where, they fuck us over.
Yeah, because it's all about money, though, That's the thing, that whole profit model, and that's what I be talking about when I talk about capitalism, neoliberalism, like this predatory capitalism, not just basic capitalism, but the form of capitalism that, this predatory form of capitalism, where everything has to have profit in it. We have to take profit out of certain things. Taking care of the stuff that takes care of people, there should be no profit in it. There should be no profit in education. There should be no profit in like building infrastructure. There should be no profit in like banking services. You know what I'm saying? There should be no profit in healthcare. I'm sorry. So then that means that those industries need to be taken over and, become all one. And like within the country, have one thing running that, but then have the people, have power over that. The people make the decisions on, how those things work.
Yeah.
Instead of some CEO who gets to decide, who gets electricity and who doesn't when it's an ice storm. I was just looking at the window. I see the ice. The stairs are all frozen and shit out here. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Fucking. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, because the youth are indestructible and no better than the doctors. After all, Google told them different. And I can't lie. I'm the youth. I mean, we we are the youth because we don't listen. Doc says it's almost like biology should be broken into two classes: basic biology and nutrition, instead of the deep dive into cells and stuff like that. Will only matter if they go into healthcare, and then have advanced classes for people going into healthcare and athletics, biology too, and anatomy. I completely agree with you, Doc. And they just barely started teaching nutrition. I did a video about that a little while in the past where I showed a video about how the doctors aren't really being taught nutrition. Like they literally don't know that stuff very well, like the vitamins and what foods you eat to get certain vitamins and how those vitamins impact the body, what I'm saying, over time and stuff like that. They don't really have.
Do you think that human beings have messed up that in which you're talking about? Because, and the reason I asked that question, because if you look at animals, right? They say you can learn a lot from animals, because they're still in tune with the earth and the creator, right? You look at animals. Each animal have their own basic food group in which they eat, right? You know what I'm saying? Lions and tigers, they're meat eaters. You know what I'm saying? And then you got animals like elephants and gorillas and things of that nature. They eat all vegetation for the most part. You know what I'm saying? So do you feel like us as humans, like we totally messed up that whole biological, realm by eating the things that we eat, that we partake in, that we put in our body?
I would say no, because we've evolved to be omnivores. So the thing is, like, okay, you could think about this in a couple aspects. So like the animals that you said that eat vegetables, they tend to move slower and live longer. Generally. And the animals that eat meat tend to move faster and live shorter. Now, this is generally. And and then you got omnivores, which omnivore would probably be the best of both worlds, right? If you think about it, so if you're thinking about evolution, then that's actually a good evolution to be an omnivore, because some animals, they eat one particular, like, you have pandas, they only eat bamboo and shit, right? So, yeah. But if there's no bamboo, they're fucked because their diet is strict to that. So that's why they're endangered species, is because their habitat has been getting destroyed and there's not enough bamboo to support the communities like there was in the past. So at some point I can see pandas going extinct as a result of not having enough bamboo, because they are evolutionary dead end. So as humans are omnivores, that's a good thing, because if the meat runs out, we can just eat fruits, nuts, and vegetables. If we can't find fruits, nuts, and vegetables, then we could just eat some meat. So we're gonna make it regardless. So that's my answer to
meat
that.
Is what causes the disease and the illnesses within your body, because it's the number one creator of mucus within the body. Mucus holds disease.
I can't argue with that really necessarily, but
was it ever intended for us to eat meat?
Well, meat has a lot of opportunities. Advantages to it, because your body, it gives you a lot of nutrients, and your body breaks it down slowly, so you don't have to eat. Like if you eat meat, you don't have to eat again for a good amount of time. So you think about humans in the bush, and we haven't found food in a while. You know what I'm saying? Or we have unstable food sources. So we eat some meat because that's gonna make us make it for another couple of days until we can find some other food. You get it? So we're not thinking about how long we're going to live, 40, 50, 60, 80 years. We're not going to make it past the next 2 or 3 days if we don't find something to eat. You understand?
Yeah.
Let me read Doc's comment. He says herbivore, carnivore, and omnivore. He says it's modifying our food where we are screwing things up. Agree with you, Doc. It's the synthetic as way we're fucking with the food. Doc says we ate meat long before we pushed the plow. Yep. Doc says hunter-gatherers were the first peoples. So yeah, so we have to remember evolution. I always talk about that because it relates to everything. And that's why I'm an anthropologist, because the way we live today, our language, our culture, you know, we was talking about in the other video how what your parents and grandparents ate affects your health. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, and the reason.
Go ahead. I was just going to say we have to look at the past and how evolution, how our species evolved to be how we are today to help us understand why, you know, what's the best thing. Because it's you know, fruits, nuts, and vegetables, I think, are what we should be mostly eating. And because even in evolution, when they didn't get to eat meat very often, they may have only got meat once a month or so, you know, or less. You know, fruits, nuts, and vegetables is what we should be eating most of the time. And I think a little meat every now and then is okay because that's our evolutionary history. Go ahead. And, you know, and I think that it's the amount of meat we eat. We eat these big ass hunks and chunks of meat, like, you know what I'm saying? We eat whole ass cows and shit. Like, in our evolution, that wasn't, we didn't, you know, I'm sure we had times where it was like feasting times or whatever, but we do this all the time, like every day or every other day. We eat what they would consider, what our ancestors would consider a feast. You there?
Yeah, I'm back. Now, the reason I ask these questions, bro, because I'm just trying to break down, you know, that I think that, I don't know, and maybe I'm wrong, you know, to push the argument of a lot of the topics that we're talking about, like how do we get people to live a much healthier lifestyle, so that, you know, because obviously from my point of view and way I see it, the shit's not gonna happen in our lifetime. You know, so I feel like we have to change the culture around what we intake in our bodies, you know, and try to live a lot healthier lifestyle, man. Because I mean, it's gonna continue. I think America is gonna always be that capitalist society, you know, that's never gonna change their ways, you know, and it's gonna be, everything is gonna be for profit.
Yep. But we have to believe, like I said before, if we can't imagine that it could be fixed in our lifetime, then it can't be fixed in our lifetime. Doc says the meat we eat now is overfed, filled with growth hormones and antibiotics, and are far more fatty than in nature. Then we shoot it up with 15 to 20% sodium bromide solution before we flash freeze it and send it to the stores. That's exactly true. And 100% right, Doc. And I think a lot of people, I'm going to leave this up on the screen for a little while because I think a lot of people don't know this. And what's really a part of that about the fatty, you know, the Europeans, when they came over here, they didn't like the buffalo because the buffalo is like gamey. And, you know, if you ever ate deer before, then, you know, it's kind of gamey, if you will. You know, it's less fatty. It's more tough. You know what I'm saying? So that's why the Europeans, they like the cow and pigs and stuff because they're domesticated and they're, you know. So, but that's another thing we're talking about, going back to our roots, right, Deuce? Eating, catching it, going out there and catching the food and cooking it. When you eating the meat that way, you know, first off, you had to have an exercise and work out your mind and body to catch the damn animal. And then you got to go through the slaughtering process and blessing the food, you know what I'm saying? Praying over the food, or you know, making it halal, and then you got to cook it or whatever. So, but what I'm saying is that food is healthier because it was running around wild. It had a happy life. It wasn't stuck in a cage and all depressed all the time. You know what I'm saying? It was alive. It got to live its life. You know, so but then it's gonna be gamey because it's not gonna be fatty because it's been running from niggas trying to catch him all his lamb life. You know, the sheep, the cow, the pig's been sitting in the bin the whole life. And also they've been traumatized. We consume, it's the spiritual side to this. We consume that spirit too, you know, the way they was killed, the way they lived their life, they was miserable, they had diseases, you know what I'm saying? They had cancer. They just cut all that shit off. They didn't give a fuck about that animal's like quality of life. And Doc says, as we talk about the greedy medical system, I have to point out that St. Jude's is a not-for-profit hospital and some of the best research and primary medical personnel in the world. Props where props are due. So yes, man, come on, Doc. Come on, man. Come on, man. So how come it's so hard for me to argue for the idea for Medicare for all when y'all keep giving all these good examples for situations for this like socialist type of health care? But when I say Medicare for all, you're like, oh no, it can never happen. It's a bad idea. Da, 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 da. That's all I'm hearing.
No, we're not really saying it's a bad idea. It's just, it's one of those things that how, like going back to what Pat is saying, how would that shit work? Because the masses don't care, bro. They don't give enough about fucking human life to do it. They don't. They don't give a damn. To me, to them, it's more about money. It's about money that they're gonna die and leave on, and then their kids have the same business, have the same mind frame and model. You know, they don't give enough. They don't give a fuck. They don't care enough about human life in order to do that. You know, the same shit that they're doing to the doctors in Cuba. You know, just think about the doctors that they had, that group of black doctors and Hispanic doctors, Indian doctors that started their own deal, how they got shut down, you know, quite a few years ago. You know, and they had they were giving, you know, helping people for free. You know, they were, you know, holistic doctors helping people for free, and they got shut down by the government, you know, and they produced papers that they are well educated, got licensing and everything. It goes to show that these motherfuckers, they don't give enough. It's not, I don't think that Pat and I were saying that it's not a good idea. I think we know at the core it would be a good idea. It would have benefits for people. But do the people that run this shit, that have the power to put these things in place, you know what I'm saying? Do they care enough about human life? No, they don't, because we as the people have totally bowed before these motherfuckers and given them all of the fucking power. So, you know, giving them all of the power, so it's almost like you have to rely on them to put these things in place. You know what I'm saying? And it shows, bro. It shows every day that they do not care about human life. Our government does not actually support human. They support anything bad that has to do with human life.
Yeah. And I agree with you on that. Like, and that's the thing. This is the theme that I want people to try to understand, because yes, they bust up. That's the reason why they own Cuba's ass. It's the reason why they own Venezuela's ass. It's because they don't want to see people taking care of themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because we could build healthcare systems, like you said, holistic healthcare systems, and take care of our community ourselves. We don't even need their healthcare system, but they're going to come and bust that up. That's why they be on Cuba. That's why they be on Venezuela. That's the reason. That's the real reason why they busted up the Black Panther Party, because they had those breakfast programs and those after-school programs. I want to say they had a healthcare system too. So, and this was the community funding this and organizing this, and without no influence by the government or any kind of private organizations that's profit driven. So yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah. At the end of the day, man, no motherfuckers, they don't care. They don't want to see that happen, because now you're going against their agenda. That's just like you guys were talking about how they're sneaking and doing the shit with the Ukraine, and then there's going to be an all-out war. I think that's what this current administration wants. You know, they're slowly but surely trying to figure out ways to totally destroy what is now to start the whole new world bullshit that they trying to promote. You know, and it's just they don't care, bro. Like they truly do not care. They put a motherfucker up there that's really, this motherfucker literally probably has like a machine that keeps his heart pumping as our president. And the sad part about it, uneducated people went out there and fucking voted for this dude because they taught you to hate Trump so much. Because Trump was doing nothing but tearing this country apart.
And
now look at what the fuck we got.
And it goes back
we got
to
a
what I was,
motherfucker that make the country look like a piece of shit. Nobody respects us now. Nobody, you know, it's like
it's education, bro. Everybody's so dumb. They don't really understand politics. They don't really understand what's going on. They don't understand the procedures. They don't understand history. They don't understand what's going on globally. They don't understand economics. They don't understand neoliberalism. So
yeah,
of course.
But then if you have a teacher that goes and try to educate his students the right way, immediately he's, you know, if they don't strip he or she of their license, they blackball them from getting hired anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, and then on top of that, you know, a lot of these new age teachers and what we have, they're of our generation. They don't believe in all this bullshit that's going on. You know what I'm saying? But their hands are tired. You know, they're not getting paid. Then they're getting fought on every end. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, let me read a couple of comments. Doc says, because you want it all and want it now, damn the expense. I'm saying we have steps to go before we can make it a reality. I'm on the side of national healthcare system supported by private medicine and insurance like Norway, Holland, and Canada. That would be a good step in the right direction. They don't want war. They want the ever-present fear of impending doom, where they are the only ones that have the answer, like climate change. All we have to do is pay for it. Man, Doc, again, there you go, striking that nail on the head. He said the present fear of impending doom. So it's like the war on terror, the war on drugs, climate change, or war with Russia, war with China. Oh my God, the world's coming in. A comet is coming. Like, just the best way to manipulate us is just to keep a corona, a pandemic, you know, disease that's going to kill and wipe out humanity. Keep us on this ever fear, you know, red alert. Remember when after 9/11, they was like terror threat red, code red, or, you know, threat level red and shit. Like, just keep you on this fear, constantly fearful. And that's how they control us and manipulate us and getting all this shit that they want to do. He says fear, uncertainty, and doubt, FUD. And it's like, that's how you rule people. The masses, large groups of people, and also get them to vote against their own interests. Because I think we're talking about education and, you know, but we also have to talk about how, you know, people vote against their own interests, not out of ignorance sometimes, but out of fear. So they scare the shit out of you. Oh, your kids, they're teaching your kids about homosexuals in school. Oh, they're teaching your kids to hate white people in school. Oh, they're teaching your kids about evolution, that everybody came from Africa, or, you know, everybody came from monkeys in school. So scare the shit out of you, reactionary. You vote in a reactionary way, and they know how you're going to react. So you vote exactly how they want you to vote, and they get done with exactly what they want to get done. And it looks like it's the will of the people. Because your consent is what matters. That's why I keep saying it to everybody. You have power. Your consent matters. They want your consent. They actually need it. They need it legally. So, and their rules that they like to follow. So they want your consent. So, but you give it to them and vote against your own interests. But they manipulating you this whole time, which you're just giving them what they want. Does that make sense?
Nah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel like I'm putting everybody to sleep today. When it's really academic, so we're talking some academic type stuff. So it's like when you're in class and the teacher starts going on with their lecture, and you immediately start nodding off, like he'd be like, "This is gonna be on the test," and then you try to pay attention.
Yeah. And shit, I don't know, man. It's one of those things. I don't know. But
Maybe that's what I should do. I'm gonna test y'all. Be like, I'm gonna test y'all. This is gonna be on the test.
Yeah, man. But yeah, that shit's crazy. But well, Pat, man. Pat sitting here.
I think I put Pat to sleep with my academic bullshit. I'm starting to think that this might have been set up by him now. Michael Rappaport, the snowball. Did you see that earlier?
Set up by me? Oh.
No, the snowball, Michael Rappaport.
Oh. Yeah, probably. But I was trying to speak. I didn't know I was on mute, but
my bad. I think now that I'm looking at this, that would make a lot of sense. It's such a New Yorker thing, and he is kind of a troll. He probably told somebody to hit him with a snowball and set this up. Just realized that now. It's perfect. Anyways, go ahead. What you were saying?
well, I mean, the thing is that he posted it because if it was something that he really wanted to do, I mean, he could have just re-recorded it and just posted that. But
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yeah, he didn't have to post that. Yeah, so
Pat, what's up, Pat, man?
What's happening?
Man, ain't shit, man. Out here watching these roads. I got my eyes on these old roads, looking at them.
Got your eyes on what?
Got my eyes zoomed in on these roads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm parked for the evening, but man, I don't know. I'm tired. I ain't gonna lie. Refresh me up with the last thing y'all was talking about, because if you're talking about the video, you know, I already had a chance to kind of look at some of it. And I can.
yeah, well, we ended up going into rants about healthcare because that was spawned from the video because of Cuba and their way they do the preventative healthcare and over here in the United States, and then we kept going on and on about that related to, you know, why we can't have it, you know.
Well, you know what? We can have it, but it's not gonna be with these people in power, bro. Like, you know, the more and more I think about it, the more and more, like when people say like it's Bloods and Crips, like these are gangs. Like when it comes to Democrat, Republican, like, you know, we repping on each other about the other. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so programmed and ingrained that we even play a part in us not getting the shit that we want. You know,
That's what I was saying.
we excuse the bullshit. Like we allow them to, you know, say this and say that, and then, you know, get, like, we actually will defend them in why we didn't get it yet, or why, you know, well, you know, they got to go to Ukraine, you know, I mean, that shit important, too. I mean, you know, they go, you know, I mean, bro, like, it's really crazy how, you know, I mean, and of course I'm being facetious with the whole thing with the war, or the potential war, but I mean, you, if you really go back to different situations, over shit, you can whatever period of time you talk about, and we were supposed to get whatever it is. There's something that came about, and people would just jump on that new thing instead of sticking to their guns about things that we really needed a warning. But like I said, I mean, even if we did, it would have been programmed. Like we're allowing these very same people who, a lot of us, it seems like probably most of America is, has decided that they weren't going to trust certain things because it's like it's the government giving it to us. So, you know what I'm saying? Why, when they're trying to shove a spoon of sugar down my throat, I'm wondering what they put in this fucking sugar for them to be wanting to be so, you know what I'm saying? Like if this is something so good, so great, you gotta truly question it. So the trust level is just and that's a big part. You know what I'm saying? Like people's psyche. Like I mean, like the girl was saying in the video, like they're mostly like I think what was I forget what the percentage level of people that's vaccinated in Cuba. It's like 90%.
95% some shit. Yeah, like almost
Yeah,
everybody.
yeah, practically everybody is vaccinated, and it's like
But
you
but
know,
but 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 the difference is they trust their healthcare
I
system, and those
that's
were
the point.
vaccines that were made by Cuba. That's not that Moderna shit that
Exact,
we're taking. They got their own
exactly,
shit, and they tested it and made sure it was good for everybody, kids, and it's safer, healthier, and more effective.
exactly. But you see, Cuba's not the type of country that's going, that's for the last couple of decades talking about, you know, hey, it's too many of y'all. You know what I'm saying? So just hearing those conversations over the last 10, 20 years, at least for myself, hearing those conversations for the last 20 years is like, okay, well, this must be the time for them to put into action what they've been talking about all this time. So I mean, they built the infrastructure for them to have certain things in case, we all fell out tomorrow, and they're gonna just supplement us with, you know, computers or robots. They don't care. They've already set up the system that they're planning. Because I mean, he said like there's probably still some bumps in the road, but they'll shit. You better believe they're gonna figure out something, even they if they gotta fly South America, Europe, or whatever for dinner every night, they would. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
I ain't gonna lie, that's some scary shit. That's like that comic book shit. Like, you know what? It's too many people in the world. I'm gonna do something about it.
Shit, that's basically what Gates has done, and Fauci and the rest of these motherfuckers. And that just goes to show you how evil motherfuckers are. That
But
think
that's
they
why we don't
God.
trust.
Like,
But that again, in turn, because of those conversations that's been had over at the minimum 20 years, is why people are hesitant in taking anything they have. Like I'm not allergic to anything that I know of, but I'm allergic to that other shit that they putting in every fucking pharmacy right now.
hey, hey, they talking about Biden talking about giving the American people free masks. I'm like, shit, I don't want that mask. That motherfucker may have a corona
Chlor-
vaccine powder in
was
that
it
motherfucker.
chlorophyll? Now it might have some chlorophyll in it, and as soon as you put that thing on, bloop, fall over to the wayside.
Or you just turn into a Democrat. They give you something and be like, you automatically just vote Democrat when the next election comes around. It done triggered some shit.
Yeah, man, but it's funny that you say Bloods and Crips because, and it just made me think about when you look at the Democrat and the Republican, when you look at their symbols, one is blue and one is red.
Yeah.
Ain't that crazy, bro?
Yeah, it's gangs. It's gangs all day, and the police are a gang too. So that's what it is. It's totally that. And like I said, those sports teams, it's the same as that. And you know, Pat got pushed back on me, but that's what I say. It's the same things. Might as well be sports teams.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like nationality too with the flags. Let's hear this little mashup between Trump and
was injured.
Last night's United States military forces successfully removed a major terrorist threat to the world, the global leader of ISIS, known as Haji Abdullah.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
He took over as leader of ISIS in 2019 after the United States counterterrorism operation killed al-Baghdadi.
I got to watch much of it.
Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision.
They did a lot of shooting and they did a lot of blasting.
And I directed the Department of Defense to take every precaution possible to minimize civilian casualties.
Even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in?
I'm grateful for the immense courage and skill and determination of our U.S. forces, who skillfully executed this incredibly challenging mission.
Our canine, as I call it a dog, a beautiful dog, a talented dog, was injured.
Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists.
My bad. I muted myself. My bad. What I see is the two people saying the same thing, you know what I'm saying, from two different approaches. I don't know what the point of the post was. But what I see is how, you know, you got Republican and a Democrat, both of them saying the same thing, just like in a different way. And that shows to me how, like, you know, they're the same. Two wings of the same bird. And it's just like, you know, one goes at it this way and one goes at it that way, but they're basically saying like the exact same thing. Y'all hear me? Am I still muted? Oh, shit.
No, I got you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, so what do y'all think about that little post right there? You know, I don't know what the point of it was. It seems like maybe they was trying to say Trump is dumb or something. Because the thing it says, notice the difference is the caption. But I noticed the similarities.
Well, to me, it represents how much these two people are the same. Like, I mean, regardless, we're getting the same ideal, the same plans, the same agenda that's working in place, because where Trump left off, Biden picked up and kept it rolling with, you know, practically seamlessly with the lie that he disagrees with Trump or hates Trump, because most likely they're, you know, cronies. Like they would do the same thing. Like they appeal to different crowds, but they still have the same message.
Right. Exactly. That's my point. They appeal to different crowds. They're really saying the same thing, and even those two different crowds can't even hear. They can't even hear that the other guy is saying the exact same thing. it's like
Yeah.
while Biden is talking, it's like you might hear snooty, neoliberal. I'm smarter than you. Let me tell you because you don't really know. You hear, and the person that don't like Trump, you hear ignorant, brass, like unkept and politically incorrect and rough around the edges and what I'm saying, low IQ or bad language or some shit like that. But that's like I say, but they're both saying the same thing, so and that's weird how each side, like I say, each side is probably not even gonna hear it. We're so brainwashed, we're so stuck with our gang, we throw up our gang sign that we're not gonna hear if we're a Trumper or if we're Republican, we're Democrat, whichever side, we hear, we don't hear that they're both saying the same thing because it sounds like that other person is saying something totally different.
Yes.
Just because of their approach, but also because of our brainwashing.
Well, I mean, because to a certain extent now, I mean, who really knows what differences we might see now if Trump was stayed in office. I really do feel like the policies and the direction that Trump was trying to go in was better than the plan that Biden has. But overall, like if you don't really see that, like they're all following the same playbook, the agenda is the same. Wherever I'm gonna say the agenda, but the just the agenda is practically the same. They know what their crowd wants to hear. They're gonna say it. They're gonna repeat it and scream it and all these different things. But they're still going to try to have the same outcome because they both have the same bosses.
Let me play this TikTok. This is painful. And they was talking about how it seems like America, even the black community, we enjoy, we love each other more when we're dead. We're so quick to wear each other's t-shirt when they die, and we share the information and come to the funeral. Let me play this.
Your birthday party because people are see on your back than your feet, bro.
Hold on, I'm play it again.
Word of the day is. What's word of the day, bro? Man, your funeral gonna be more packed than your birthday party because people are see on your back than your feet, bro.
Your funeral gonna be more packed than your birthday party because people rather see you on your back than on your feet.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw that a couple of days ago. There's a lot of truth in that shit.
Yeah, man. Like I say, man, the black community and then white supremacy, because look at Martin Luther King had a birthday recently and they got all these statues and they did all this stuff. They talk about Black History Month and all of that. And it's like they did not like Martin Luther King when he was alive. That's the reason why they fucking killed him. They assassinated that man. And now they want to fucking put up posters and fucking statues and shit because the death of his what he exists now, because they can control the narrative. He tried to help black people or whatever the hell. He fought for civil rights, and then it's like he succeeded. What did he succeed at? Oh, he brought civil rights to the blacks, so now everybody good. So let's put a statue up. Y'all get what I'm saying? But they killed this guy. They didn't like him. They don't put no statues up for Malcolm X. They killed him too.
Well, the difference on that whole thing, I think the difference mainly there is, they accepted Martin Luther King more because, of his, his religion. I mean, majority of, Yeah,
and
it's
and
more
and they
Christian.
and they play up that "I have a dream" speech. And I wonder if Martin Luther King had lived longer, would the "I have a dream" speech be promoted in his legacy? Y'all know that Martin Luther King he could possibly be still alive today, and Malcolm X. Um, so the thing is, what would be their legacy if they had lived longer? So if they create this narrative, they had that "I have a dream" speech is the narrative of Martin Luther King, but he wasn't screaming that same shit around the time they killed him. He evolved, he grew and changed just like Malcolm X. Like Malcolm X, the image of Malcolm X is him being all, racist and hateful to white people and all of this, but that wasn't who he was when he died. He was a different person at that, he grew and
Well,
changed.
yeah, and you know, of course, I mean, I'd be somewhat speculating with this, but I mean, by him not holding on to the original word that he had, that's what made things, because it's all right when you're a nigga, or you just an ignorant fuck. When you develop yourself and you get smarter, you become dangerous because, especially when you have a word, you have a something that you can teach people now that's gonna progress them, or push the agenda. Then now you're the dangerous guy, because like even the people within his own uh immediate organization have decided that him teaching this is going to fuck shit up for them.
Right. So it was when he came back from Africa, because that's what changed his perspective when he went to Africa and he prayed with Muslims from around the world, and they had all different colors, and and everybody were brothers and stuff like this. And that's when he came back and realized that his way of looking at race was tainted by his perspective of his, as a result of his experience here in the United States, because everything is so fucking racialized here. So when he went to Africa and came back, being that he had a huge platform and, like you said, a huge following, and then he's pulling people from the Nation of Islam now, because he's like, you know what, I can't really fuck with the Nation of Islam no more, because they, I've learned some more shit. I realized that, I've grown out of that. So y'all can come on in over here. I'm gonna start this new thing over here, and we gonna talk about real shit. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's invited, black, white, Latino. You know what I'm saying? And even whatever religion you have. And so he bringing in all these people. So yeah, that's when he became a real fucking threat. And he died not long after that, right?
Yeah.
Not long after
Yeah.
he came from Africa.
Yeah, I mean, there was some time that passed, maybe a couple of months passed since he made it back, because it was he went through the suspension and all that kind of stuff, because he wasn't supposed to say certain things, you know, even on their, the radio or TV or whatever. But they preferred him. They, even, because if the CIA killed him, or well, I think they know who did it. And he was within the
Everybody
NOI.
says the Nation of Islam does it, but it's hard for, even all the studying I've done, everything I've read, it's hard for me to still really believe that.
Well, and like I said, they can set it up to make it look how they want with the media, because there was a documentary on the person that they've been following for a while that actually did it. That guy has died now, and this
Yeah,
was
so the
during.
trigger men don't matter to me, though. That's how I look at shit like that. Who the trigger man could have been Nation of Islam, perfectly fine. So, but who was behind that guy? So that one guy just, and was it a order from the Nation of Islam? That's what they're saying. They're saying it was an order from Nation of Islam to take him out. And I don't, I don't, and that's what everybody. That's the general consensus. Like that's the that's what the agreed upon thing is. But I don't know that. I mean, it's hard for me to take that in. I I was in the Nation of Islam, and I know how they are, and they are really jealous and shit. But I just can't see them making an order to take out Malcolm X. I just can't see them making that order. I think the order came from somebody else. Maybe somebody above the Nation of Islam. And that's why, you know, I fucks with Elijah Muhammad. I love to listen to him. But you have to understand also that, like, how much is he really helping the community? Look at all this time that's gone by. It's just like the churches, right? Look at the churches. Look at the Nation of Islam. What are they really doing for the community? How have they really helped the community? You know what I'm saying? I don't see how much. I don't see, like, Elijah Muhammad, and I fucks with Elijah Muhammad, you guys, don't get me wrong, but I just don't see the impact that he's had over his life and with the Nation of Islam. And I feel like Malcolm X died young as hell. Look how much impact he had. And maybe you could say it was a different time, it's the civil rights era or whatever. I just don't see Elijah Muhammad really helping the community. Like really, really, really helping the community. Like really growing and making things, building infrastructure, making things better for the community. I see all of them getting rich. All of the Nation of Islam niggas that I follow online, all of them niggas is rich. They all drive really nice cars. They all dress really well. And they be talking that spiritual shit, but they always be talking about money too. So that's their second subject always. They talk about God, they talk about Allah, and then they start talking about money. So I ask, like, niggas like Ben X, I'm gonna call you out on my little bitty ass channel, but do you really believe in the teachings of you know, Muhammad? Or are you just trying to make money, bruh? What are you doing? Are you trying to spread the message, or are you trying to make money? That's the question I have for you, all you guys out there. Why y'all so paid? Why the community still fucking starving? What is happening? What has the Nation of Islam done for the community since Malcolm X died? We want to talk about the church. We could talk about the church, but let's talk about Nation of Islam too. So these are two leeches that are bleeding the damn community. The people that need it the most, the people that's hurting the most. And also, these are people that believe. These are believers. You're taking advantage of these people because they believe in the word. And you just sucking them dry of their resources. Meanwhile, you are growing. You are driving a Rolls Royce. You live in a nice place. Meanwhile, the community, they still got holes in their roof. And you trying to tell them how to flip their money with crypto. Nigga, they ain't got no fucking money to go buy no fucking crypto. Nigga, they ain't got no money to fucking invest in the fucking stock market. They can't flip no money if they don't have no money to flip. You know what I'm saying? And economic literacy is so low in the freaking community. And then y'all be telling them all this bullshit. And then they get all confused when it ain't nothing but a damn pyramid scheme that you setting up for them to put money in for you to flip money. So you're not really trying to help the community. You bleeding them, and that's it. You a leech.
That pretty much boils down.
I don't know, man. It makes me angry when I think about that, you know, and how this comment right here about the, you know, valuing in the black community, you know, and we could talk about white supremacy, but within the black community, niggas big up death, bro. Like, it's like we worship fucking death, bro. It's like, you know, we really want to, you know, bad. I talked about it before where I say bad info. Like, that's when I get phone calls. You know, somebody died, something bad happened, somebody's in the hospital. That's when I get a bunch of damn phone calls. They want to share that information. You know, good information, they don't call you. You know, I mean, like, they feel like, what I'm trying to say is they feel obliged, like it's really important to share this really bad information. Like, everybody needs to know this. I got to get this out there. So, but you learned some really cool shit that can help people. How fucking motivated are you to get that out there? When a nigga died, you put on his t-shirt with a t-shirt with his face on it, but that same nigga Tebow was selling t-shirts while he was alive. You wouldn't have bought one for that nigga for nothing. You wouldn't support that nigga for nothing. After he died, you wear his t-shirt though. And you say, that was my nigga. That was my nigga. I love that nigga. I miss that nigga. Like we was talking about before, we don't give people their flowers. And I'm talking about in the black community, because I know this for a fact. Now, I don't know about other communities, but we tend to not give people our flowers while they still alive. You know, you ain't shit. Like we said about the black, like the father going and working. And it's like, that's what you're supposed to do. Provide for your family. So, you know, nigga, you shouldn't be asking for nothing for that. You know what I'm saying? And that's true to a certain extent. But at the same time, you know, we don't have to do that. We could do whatever the hell we want to do. A man could do whatever the hell.
Let me ask you this question here, bro. Not trying to cut you off, but last night my phone died in the middle of the podcast, so I had to go put it on the charger, and I think I came back at the tail end. But the one brother was in here speaking, and I had shared, you know, about my kids, how they used to call, and instead of the check, it was like, "Daddy, can you buy me this here?" And he was saying that that when you're gone away like that, it's not that they it's subconsciously or similar to that effect. You become more of just like the man with the money, you know, this type of deal, you know, and it's like, you know, you gotta try to that balance, or you know, he was mentioning something about his brother or something like that. But my thing is, I mean, I understood where he was coming from, but at the same time, I feel like no man or woman should ever be looked up on like that, because if this is how I provide and this is what I know best to provide, you know what I'm saying, and this is how I'm getting it for us. You know, I don't know.
Well, I think his argument was, he was saying, you know, it has to be a balance, and they're gonna see you as just the person that feeds them if that's all you do for them. Saying you got to be there for them in other ways, emotionally, like you are there for your family, dude. So you're not really an example of that. You know what I'm saying? Because what he was saying was, you know, the person that just provides financially and don't provide in any other kind of way for the family, you know, then the family looks at him as like, that's just what he does. That's his job. And that's just it, you know? And but if you have that balance where you are supporting them emotionally, you supporting them spiritually, you're there for them in other ways other than money, then they you know. So what it's basically saying is like, when you just give money, when you just is only the provider, then they might come to the point where because he was saying in their defense, they might come to the point of viewing you as just a provider, and that's all that you're there for, because that's all that you really do in the house. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you now. Yeah, because like I say, my phone died, and I couldn't catch everything that he was explaining. I think I came back at the tail end. Y'all were getting, everybody was saying they get bonds and everything. But yeah, man, I was just wondering about that, because I think a lot of people get, you know, a lot of fathers get left out, you know, and don't get me wrong, you know, I get a lot of slack from family members, you know, and my, you know, and stuff like that. Like, man, once you get tired of that road, man, you need to be at home, you know. And I never really pay attention to it, because, you know, this is how I provide. You know, I come from nothing, trying to have something, trying to give my family something different. You know, this is how I provide. This is how I make a way. You know, this is where I see me, you know, making the best money, being able to provide the best life without having a college degree and things of that nature. So I provide for them, and I get down for them. But on top of that,
Yeah.
when I come home, you know, I devote you know, when I'm at home, them two days I'm at home, or them 3 days I'm at home, bro, I devote all my time to them. Like, I don't get away to go somewhere for myself. Oh, I'm gonna go hang out with the fellas tonight. Like, no, like all of my time is to them when I come home. You know, so, but I was just trying to. I didn't understand that. I didn't hear everything.
But it's a core argument.
I was like, want to be in defense, like, man, I get where you're coming from, but like, man, if this is the way you provide for your family, it should be something. And if you got a woman at home, you know, and you've already put the message out, I feel like it's, you know, she, you know, her being your partner has to enforce that, reinforce that whenever the kids stray away if you're not there. You know what I'm saying?
It's a core argument, though. You know, the thing is money versus time. You know, and I don't think that naturally we should have that to make that decision. But that's part of the system that we live in under. That we didn't choose this system, but this is the economic system that we live under. That we have to choose money or time, and it really sucks. And you know, because you need money and you need time. So, but it's like you can't have both.
Yeah.
You know. So, and it really fucking sucks. So, but then the core argument of perspective and, you know, what do? You know, you stay home and be poor with your family and not be able to give them those things, even though you know about being poor when you from growing up, or do you spend a lot of time making money so that you can provide for your family so they can have those things but then like what's more important too, though, and then that's why you have to find a balance, because I think in a lot of situations the kids and the wife would rather you be at home than them have that new Xbox or whatever the hell. The latest security system, the latest car, the latest security system, the nicest apartment or whatever. I think the kids and the wife would be okay with a downgrade to get more time with you. Sometimes we lie to ourselves, man. We don't need all this shit, bro. Like, and it's a problem when we grew up the way we grew up without. Like, one of the things that I really struggle with is like being hungry, right? Like, I don't struggle with being hungry now, but I did when I was a child. So I'm really sensitive to that. I really hate to see kids hungry. And like, my daughter knows this about me. So she'll be like, one of her friends is hungry, like their parents ain't been home in 2 days or something. And I'm like, oh, fuck, you know what I'm saying? And I'm probably getting suckered some of the times, but whatever, you know what I'm saying? The kids are hungry, man. I'm gonna feed them, bro. You know what I'm saying? I really love feeding people. I love to cook for everyone and see everyone eat, because I hate the idea of a child being hungry, but a parent. I was talking about this in my other show. What about a parent? They fed all the food that they had to their kids to make sure that their kids had enough, and they went to sleep hungry. You know what I mean? That's why I say I love to feed people. Damn, I lost my train of thought. Damn, I lost it. The fuck we was talking about. I'm sorry, y'all. I completely lost my train of thought because I'm really sensitive about the hungry. That's what I was saying about people being hungry. Damn, nobody should fucking starving to death. Gotta be the worst fucking way to die, right? God damn. Ain't no fucking reason why anybody should fucking starve to death in this day and age, in this global economy. There's so much. We throw away food every day. Grocery stores throw away food. We personally throw away food. Fast food restaurants throw away food. And then you got people right here on the same damn street starving. What is wrong with how come we can't? What the fuck? What kind of system do we live under when we got all this food waste and then we got people starving to death in the same damn community? How did we get here? So like I say, I'm super sensitive about people being hungry. So I tend to feed people all the time. If somebody's hungry, I'm gonna feed them.
Same here. I mean, shit. I do the same shit, but And but I mean, and I'm not really have an argument against any of that because, like I said, I mean, I roll with you on that. Um, I think that there's a lot of things that because I was having a conversation with somebody recently. I forget who it was. It might have been damn near a stranger, but however, like a lot of the resources that we have for our country that's meant for us as a people, like they jump up and send this care package to Ukraine to go fight or to be prepare themselves to fight, but we can't get the things that we need, and the money is for us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's sick the way that these people think is that they can come up with you know a $1 billion or however many millions that it is, but they can't find some way to be able to get the homeless off the street, or at least make sure they have a way to be able to eat something every day. Because we know that there's X amount in each city. The government can, even if it's fast food, it's just like they could actually supplement the McDonald's and the Burger Kings, the Wendy's or Taco Bells or whatever, and have some voucher, and then they pay them back for the freaking food that they may have
Right.
gotten from.
And we do have some stuff. So people going to point to this. So I have to mention it because we're having this conversation. People going to say, well, we have the food bank, and the food bank is really cool, and it's really good, and it does help some people because I used to fuck with the food bank. And then they have like the bread place that's over there. It's near the food bank where they sell bread products, way discounted prices. And and they also have these community things where you can go and get food, if you qualify, of course, and they'll give you stuff like rice, grits, and dry goods and stuff like that. So we do have stuff out there, and then there is the food stamps programs. But what I'm saying is nobody should go hungry. You know what I'm saying? So our systems should be better. Our system should be good enough especially with all the food waste that we have. Nobody should go to sleep hungry. That maybe they don't get to eat exactly what they want to eat, but they should have something to eat. But I was saying, so how many families, all around the world, deal with this food problem? Like, that's the number one problem in the households, bro. What we gonna eat tonight? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What we gonna eat tomorrow?
Well, shit, they too busy worrying about the day. They don't even care about tomorrow yet. They shit. What we gonna eat today?
So, yeah. So we should be able to create systems where we had systems like that in the past. That's what I'm saying. And what me and you talk about, Pat, all the time about how technology, and then how they be talking about the damn savages and all of this bullshit. But we had systems, and even when they teach us in class, they teach me in class that number one problem with the early humans was starvation. But that's not fucking true, bro. And like the communities shared food. They didn't
But that was the communities in Europe that, like, it was the same people who came and robbed and pillaged over here. That's the people that were starving. We wasn't starving here or in Africa. Like, I mean, we're the continents of plenty. So I mean, that's that's part of their reason, and the reason why the Sultan of Morocco agreed, and like they gave them colonies here to be able to they can be able to kind of fend for themselves. They have land, and they can sell, they can they gave them an opportunity to be able to have something. but then it was just never enough. The greed
It's
just always took over.
you know what I be thinking about all the time is like you can't give niggas shit.
Oh,
you can't give niggas shit. Give them a nigga an inch, you take a mile. But I'm not talking about niggas.
well,
Not the
yeah,
traditional niggas that
we are talking about niggas.
but not in the way that traditionally people would think
Well,
of the
yeah,
definition.
yeah.
You can't give niggas shit. Give a nigga an inch, you take a mile. Yeah. So yeah, people starving all over the world. You know, this is a simple thing that you know. A lot of countries don't accept that shit. Those AFRICOM or United Way, the Red Cross, all of the ones that they would tell you to donate to help countries around the world. A lot of these countries around the world don't accept these donations from these organizations because they know what they do and they get in there and they use this stuff in bad ways. And like in the video that I really wanted to play today, they touched on that, how you have these communities that they airdrop this food to, but it becomes like a crutch for the area and really a way to keep them like poor and poverty and not taking care of themselves.
Well, and then the expectation of somebody giving you something, it makes people lazy. So if somebody's dropping you off food, you're like, oh, well, dang, all we gotta do is wait on these people to drop us some more food because they've been sending it to a certain amount every couple of weeks or a month or whatever. And they don't truly focus on, okay, well, you know what? We need to start growing some shit for ourselves.
Yeah. And that's the black community and Jesus talk about, won't he do it type shit. Like, waiting for something to happen. Like, oh, well, they didn't give us that check this time. Oh, Jesus, oh, Lord, they're going to probably give it. If they're going to give it to us next month, we just going to hold on.
I hear so many people talking about, these damn stimulus checks. And, bro, it's like, look, y'all better figure out some other shit. If y'all still worrying about a damn stimulus check, like, hey, if I could get one, I'd be just like the rest of them. Give me one, but I am not gonna ever stop. I'm not gonna take my eye off the prize to where I don't need to depend on those folks for anything, because you never know when shit gonna really change. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm ready to have my own farm so I can grow shit and I can live abundantly, because I ain't worrying about, like, I can give away the food or sell it for just enough, sell it for, a small profit so that I can continue the process, go and get some more seeds.
And this is it. The slavery of us and the control of us all the way comes down to food. We're talking about food, and I'm talking about how important it is in different households. And we're also talking about how, like, the farms, the grocery stores, and how we used to be a nation of farms, and how it's hard to conquer a nation of farms and control them. Cause, like, nigga, what? I'll grow my own food. Like, I'm not worried about, like, oh, you got to go get a job. You got to go move to the city. No, actually, I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, I think the biggest thing that our people forget, not just our people are the human beings, Americans. One of the things that, and I'm sure it's happening all over the world, but here in America, we forget what comes along with, having a dependency on the country to provide certain things for us, when we really can provide a lot of things for ourselves. Like, I just bought a bunch of seeds yesterday that they for $1. So it's like, why wouldn't I? And you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, to me, we get sidetracked. We don't really stay focused on, what's going to give us true change, because, as soon as we start trying to do something for ourselves, it's like, oh, well, let's do this and that and the other, where it's just another trap where we trusting them again. We're gonna, like, okay, y'all gonna do this, all right, you get it, on schedule, it's on time, the date, and damn near the hour that they promised it.
Y'all standing out there in line with y'all hands fucking out. Doc says it also comes with troops to make sure the government people don't take it, or the troops abuse kids, women in exchange for food. And this is true. UN called out Elon Musk, 6 billion could end world hunger. He clapped back with headlines, 4.7 in UN spending for world hunger, and UN troops exchange food for oral sex with children. Then said, could you explain that? And like I said, well, Doc is just backing up what I'm saying about how a lot of these countries, they don't even want it. They be like, this come with too much strings attached. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we good. And the governments really hate that when the UN wants to, because the UN wants to come in. It always comes in with the help you shit first, right? And then here comes the missionary ones, the ones that's trying to convert you to the religion. And then after that comes the capital, and then buying up everything and turning it into a neoliberal shithole. So these countries
start trying to tell, and then want to, but somewhat act as if we're, like, we owe them, because from the beginning they owe us, because they're only managing our inheritance. Like, the land is for the people, and regardless, that's that. I mean, the politicians, they can look at it as being theirs as well, but everybody else, regardless of your title, the land is for us to be able to survive with. But like I mean,
let's talk about that a bit, because just the whole idea of the earth, God, the universe, us being an animal on the planet, and like, what makes us think that we could own the land and the trees, the water, anyways? Like, it was here before us, it'll be here after us if we go. And like, that's one of the things that I like to keep on bringing up, is about like the one things that the Native Americans didn't understand, because the Europeans was like, okay, we buying in this land over here, we're selling this land over here, this is my land right here, this is the edge of my property with my fence right here with the barbed wire, and my animals gated in. And the Native Americans was like, how the fuck you gonna buy a land, bro? This shit was here thousands of years before your ass was fucking thought of, motherfucker. Like, how the heck could you possibly say that you own this or whatever? And see, the Europeans thought that the Indians didn't understand the language that they was using. It wasn't that. They understood what they were saying. They just didn't understand the concept of like the Europeans thought the Indians were stupid. The Native Americans thought the Europeans were stupid. Like, what the fuck are you talking about buying land? The Europeans are like, they don't even understand what we're talking about. They're stupid. We're like, no, you're the one fucking stupid. How the fuck can you own fucking a tree, bro? Come on. It was given to all of us.
Yeah. I mean, it was never just one person that's like, all right, you know what, you're gonna be in control, and then, of everything that happens here, under, in this universe, and you know what, you can pass it down to your family, that this same power. Like,
you can plant a tree, but you can't own a tree. You got the bugs, the ants, the different species that benefit from the tree or attack the tree. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it's a successful planting, then that tree's gonna be here after you leave. You know what I'm saying? And then who's gonna own it then or whatever? Like, you know what I mean? The house gets sold, somebody else buys it. I mean, it's all really ridiculous when you think about it.
Mm-hmm. It really is. And we play that role. We play right along with them.
Doc says, then they bring in Starbucks and McDonald's to make them fat and complacent. So true, and they've done it in many countries. You know, the thing, China is one of those countries, and you know, it's so complex. But you know, the American capital went over there and really kind of changed China, and China is a lot like the U.S. now. You know, they are a lot like U.S. even though they going at things different, and I think that's the reason why the ambassador or whatever, the guy China right now, he's trying to reel a lot of that back because he felt like China got westernized, you know, all the fruity booty stuff and the boy bands and you know what I'm saying, the LGBTQ and all of this stuff. Like, he not feeling that shit, and he like that's not really our culture. So he's been peeling a lot of that back. And also McDonald's, all of that is related to it too, and the fast food and shit. So yeah, so Western ideas or the American like culture kind of infected China and other places around the world.
Well, you know, I don't think that was a singular thing because, like, I mean, you know, we both been studying the neoliberalism stuff. So honestly, it really goes to the, you know, whoever the higher ups over these people that's we call presidents, because there's a hierarchy regardless of what you may think. But you know, that stuff exists. I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is
that's
what
what it I mean, it always comes back to neoliberalism because that's the driving force of this shit. That's
Yeah,
what drove.
that's the top. That's the top of it. Like, that's everything that, you know, we're experiencing negatively. That's to distract us, or you know, that ultimately builds them up. Is just that
It's neoliberalism. It's basically the new world order. That's what they want. They want everybody to be on the same shit. That's why they be on Cuba and Venezuela. Whoever does things in a different way, especially if it's a good example of doing it in a different way, you know what I mean? It's a successful example of doing things not in a neoliberal way. They can't have that because they don't want anybody, because they use Cuba and Venezuela as an example of why things should be neoliberal. And that's how they sell that shit to the public. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they cause disruption in these countries that are not ran by neoliberals, or they badmouth them or they give them bad publicity, you know, to make you think that these are horrible places because they want the whole world to be on that neoliberal shit. You know, oligarchy, monopoly, class system, you know, peasants, lords. They want that in every country because that's the right way to do it. And if you ask them, you know, and if you agree with them, you're right. You disagree with them, you're wrong.
Oh yeah.
And there's no left and right in this.
Straight down the center, far line. All of them agree, I'm sure, for the most part. Yeah, they probably argue about different things, you know.
The details, you know, the little nuances, but the basic core, they're not going to argue on that shit. They completely agree. Republicans and Democrats, they completely agree. You know, That's the reason why you don't have a problem with the military-industrial complex. That's what I say. If you really want to understand what's happening, look at the stuff that the Republicans and the Democrats always agree on. And then now you can see a little more truth of what's happening in the world. And so when it comes to the military-industrial complex, when it comes to giving money to the military budget, anything having to do with giving money to the military, the Republicans and the Democrats are always together. They never fight about that. They might fight about how much. They're not going to fight about whether we should do it or not.
Exactly. But
and then the American people don't even have a say in this. They're making this decision without our involvement. The Congress gets to decide on how they spend the money, and it's like, okay, they're put there by their representatives, so supposedly they're supposed to be representing, the district that they come from, but they're just making decisions. These are people in a room making a decision about some shit. Our vote is not involved. A public opinion or whatever it is we have to say is not considered. The people who do have a say is going to be the lobbyists, that's lobbying for one of these big corporations. They're going to probably get to sit at the table. There was a report about how they got proof that there's corporations literally writing legislation because they can track the where something was written on by the IPA and shit like that, and they could see that the file was written at a corporate company's computer and then sent, emailed, and then revised, and then became a fucking bill. But the core of it was written by a corporation. And then they was talking about, and they talked about that in that video, how a lot of the politicians don't even read these bills. They're so thick. How could they possibly? It's so many pages. And you think that these people, they're smart, but they probably don't even understand half of that shit. It's complex. It's complex. They don't even really read them. The damn lobbyists, the corporation wrote it, and then it becomes a law. And the people don't even understand it. The politicians don't even understand it. And meanwhile, the corporations is just raking in the benefits from it.
That's crazy.
So is it a democracy? And what's really happening? Do people really even know what laws are being passed? Like, what are we voting on? That's why they confuse us a lot too with them damn propositions all the time. And like, are you for or are you against? And then the way they word it in a way that's like, you're horrible if you're against it or whatever. So whenever they come out with them propositions, they always push people into one way or the other. Like they already know how it's going to come out because of the way they worded it. Because nobody know what's really in the proposition. And they don't never take the time to really just educate the public on what the proposition really is. They just have a slogan or a headline or whatever the fucking name of the damn shit is. Like the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And then nobody knows what the fuck it is, but they hear John Lewis' name and like, I don't like that guy. Fuck the John Lewis Voting Rights Act.
Oh yeah, or they're like, well, he walked with Martin Luther King, and he was with him through all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, we gotta vote for that, but you gotta look at it from both sides.
Either side, you don't know what the fuck is in it, and you voting
because I mean, them using, because to me, that's one of those token things where they're able to slide in these slick rules or laws that would go against us. They give us these black leader things that really will benefit. I mean, will not benefit you as much as you might think it is going in. So I mean, it's kind of like that last video you sent me, the how the Republicans are using people to like they, because that was more about the suing, but it's really the manipulation of the people.
Oh, I'm glad you
You know,
watched it.
the
Bo,
the
he's so
our
good, isn't he? Go ahead.
the
I'm
out
sorry.
yeah
Bo, the fifth column. Yeah, go ahead.
the outrage. They've figured out how to get their base or their people to subscribe to this idea of how bad it is, because we trust our politicians to know these different laws and to make us aware of them, and they pretty much use CRT and other things that allow. Because I mean, I know that, like, on that subject, yes, it's Republicans, but regardless of what the conversation is and which politicians are pushing it, we got to take the same kind of approach, as if it's the same kind of leeching off of the people and using them for their energy to do your bidding for them. Like, I don't think any of them are above doing any of that. Like, they will use you for whatever the hell they can,
Because that's
and
how they got in their position in the first place. Let me read comments. It says, fun fact, to operate a business in China, you have to reveal all your trade secrets to the CCP. So all the businesses that operate there have given up their IP and trade secrets to the state. I don't know if that's true. That was Doc. Doc again. You got to learn to separate the eagle feathers from the turkey feathers they glued onto that bird. I get what you're saying. They forgot the part of the representative democracy means that are supposed to represent their voters and not their financiers. Exactly. And we're supposed to have this is a great comment, Doc. We're supposed to, and a lot of people don't even understand this, and they need to try to understand representative democracy, because like Pat was saying all the time, people throw around this democracy word all the time, and they don't really understand it. And really, if it was a democracy, it would be like mob rule. We don't really want that. We don't really want direct democracy. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why they came up with this system as a representative democracy, because it should work better. And in theory, it does if these people weren't actually worked on behalf of their constituents, like Doc is saying in this comment. Let me read it again. He said they forgot the part of representative democracy means that are supposed to represent their voters and not their financiers. So they do represent their financiers. They represent the lobbyists. They represent the job they probably gonna get after they get out of politics, working for fucking wherever.
Something that was pointed out to me is that the state representatives, their title says who they really represent. It's not the people's representative, it's the state representatives. And overall, each state, they have these representatives, a couple, like 2, maybe 3, I guess, depending on the size of the state, that they have these senators, these who are representatives, that's not there, to truly represent you as the people. Is more so to be on the defense for the state. So,
well, they definitely represent the state. So, and that's the thing about government, where here in America, we look at the state and we look at government as separate from the people, and the government and the state looks at it that way too. And that's why it's like that on paper. And then you have the capital letters of your names, the straw man, and so forth and so on. Basically, it's like 2 Americas, like you say, 2 United States. So, the one on paper and the real one. So the thing is, the actual real people. So, but the thing is, that's where the confusion comes in, and that's where, like, they don't have to represent the people if they're just representing this stuff, this paperwork. and it all becomes just red tape and paperwork, and there's no people represented in the system. You know
So
what
what
I'm
would
saying?
how would the system work if it wasn't on paper? Because that's that document in the contract with there within is what gives that really actualizes it.
And that's an argument. But we talked about this before, Pat. Remember when we talked about the Social Security card and the birth certificate? And what I was saying was they got you the moment your parents signed those birth certificate, that's when you're fucked. Because we should be able to have a system where people are humans. What do we need a birth certificate for, really? You know what I'm saying? Think about it. For however long we survived, we had birth certificates are a new thing. So all the time before birth certificates, we got along just fine. What problems did we have related to not having birth certificates before we didn't have birth certificates or social security cards? So I'm saying, as a human being deserves certain rights that you don't have to write down. Human God-given fucking rights that you just respect. I think the basic right is respect, right? Everybody has a respect to live, a right to live. So you respect that right to live, to be alive, to exist, just like you do, just like the trees, just like the birds, just like everything. So respect is what it is. You got to write down on paper that you have to have respect for the trees and the water and not pollute it and shit like that. But that's the system that we live under. They got to make up some fucking paperwork shit to say, oh no, don't throw fucking, you can't pour oil into the river. It should be common fucking sense that you can't dump fucking toxic waste in the river. People drink there and bathe there, fish swim there. No, you can't do that. It shouldn't be have it to be written down on paper. You get what I'm saying? So that's the damn straw man, the existence of this paper person that exists where we live under this law, we live under this jurisdiction, what you're always talking about, because that's what you're talking about when you're talking about changing the names and so forth and so on. But like I said, I think that we're already fucked if we already been entered into their system once we've been created a social security card and a birth certificate. So even after we change our names, because I don't really understand that much, but even after we change their names and stuff, we're still within their freaking system. We still got a fucking number on the stock exchange for our birth certificate.
No, well, and possibly, but when it comes to you as a real life human, is where it changes, because when you're within, because like with my situation, I'm a dual citizen. I'm a citizen of my own indigenous government, and I am a national of their of their government. So I can kind of I utilize them both where I can benefit more from this system, because for one, like, all right, we're only we already know, like, the tax thing, you exempt from that. But when you really look at your tax ID number or your social security number, those codes are are different based on how it's situated. So as just a U.S. citizen or the corporate slave, however you want to look at it, you have a certain like the amount of numbers is the same, but the way that they place the numbers is different for coding. So you're recognized as something different overall. They know that you are not this slave, and they leave you alone as far as certain types of paperwork, trying to sue you for this and that and the other, because you're somewhat protected, I guess you can say. I mean,
within their jurisdiction, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah,
that's why they have
you,
citizen. If
but
you're a
that's
citizen
because
and not a citizen, you don't get respect as a human being because you're not a citizen. You're not a citizen if we can't recognize you on paper without having a social security card and a birth certificate, a valid ID.
Well, I mean, in any situation, I mean, even if it wasn't the U.S., like, if we're gonna transact business, we need to be able to identify each other in different situations. So no matter what, like, I mean, in order to have an organized government situation, whatever it is, especially during these days and times where we've already kind of done that, the balance is where, I can't treat you, the same as I do, just a regular citizen, because the U.S. citizen is subject to their
Jurisdiction.
their jurisdiction.
So rights
Whereas,
and privileges therein.
yes, I get to exercise my rights instead of, seeing what my privileges are, what you're gonna let me do.
And I wish people would look up all these words that we're saying, because it's really important to really understand them. So, but rights and privileges therein, and the United States and being a citizen. But what I'm saying is, what about all the time before? I get what you're saying. It's true. We need there's a practical use for these things. You know what I'm saying? Being able to
Yeah,
identify somebody. There's practical uses for this.
yeah,
But what
because
I'm
over
saying,
time, I think we develop certain things that actually helps. But yeah, before then, we were mostly amongst ourselves, and we had a way of sharing that wasn't the same. And then, now we have a lot of different, people that comes in that, may be trying to use, like, overuse, like what we've seen before, that, well, in order for us to calculate and understand what's fair and what's not, we do have to have some kind of system in place for that. And
and you knew what I was saying. You knew what I was gonna say. You was reading my mind about and what happened before. So, but still, my argument still is like, you know, we've dealt with these problems before historically as humans, and we worked them out. You know what I'm saying? And then there's this idea that the Westerners, the Europeans came over and their system is superior. And that's the reason why they won. And that's the reason why we should go with the way that they do things.
but
You know?
that's the misconception, because our ancient forefathers, our recent forefathers that's not so ancient, like, these are things that have existed for a very long time. The Europeans did not create this style of government. No matter which style you pick, we've we've exercised those different styles of government all over the planet in different times. So these are things that they adopted and started using themselves, but we had gotten to the point to where we neglected a lot of those things, like those very things. Like, we always quick to say the white man's law. No, I mean, it depends on if you really understand what the white man was, because we talked about like the cloth, the people who wore the white cloth, the ones who seemed to have purity, because they were the pure bloods and the noblemen and this, that, and the other. That was the white man, because they had they wore the white cloth. It wasn't about skin color. That's a new dynamic. So we got to use the context of what time periods we're talking about.
Exactly. Let me read the comments. Doc says a recent Texas bill raised taxes if you voted no for it. See, like I say, they be confusing the shit out of everybody. If common sense was common, we wouldn't need stickers on hair dryers saying "Do not use it in the shower." I get your argument, Doc. But what I'm talking about is the basic respect for humans. Like, we could teach each other. Like I was talking about within the hood, because I be talking about, like, basically I'm a bit of an anarchist in a certain way, and then I be talking to Jay Lethal about it, and he say, how can that be, bro? It was like, it's gonna be chaos, and I'm like, no, look in the hood. Like, there's areas in the hood where the cops don't go, but they got rules in the hood. and everybody fucking finna follow them hoes too. Unwritten, unspoken rules, and so the people can govern themselves. You know what I'm saying, and keep order, and they will, and they do that. So even in an anarchist scenario, it's not anarchy ever. You know what I'm saying? Not really, because the people are going to organize themselves, and there's going to be certain rules. And I feel like what we forget about is the respect for humans, the respect for humanity. Why does where you came out of your mama's vagina determine how much freaking respect, rights, or privileges therein?
Well, you know, I think through nature, we, you know, we realize what certain things, you know, when somebody's, you know, does something that tramples over the people of their own community, you know, we're gonna, you know, the people of the community are gonna be the, you know, the judge and the jury and everything else, because really everybody has, you know, are born with, you know, the same rights and also privileges, but some people may lose their, you know, because of the actions that they may take. That community has taken away certain rights. You know, they make a judgment, whether it's from the chief, the matriarch, whoever is the last say of that community, to, you know, this guy doesn't know how to, you know, he's not exercising this right properly, so we need to ban him from this, that, or whatever. We're gonna put him over here with some of my flunkies until he learns better or whatever. So I mean, we innately, regardless of what language you may speak, we found a way to, you know, judge through just nature or just our intuition, whatever it is, that this is, you know, how to treat people in our society. So I think it starts off on a fair playing field, and people start losing certain rights after that because of whatever their actions may be that was in a negative fashion. So that's just kind of how I see it.
Yeah. You there, Deuce? What you think about all this?
Man, yeah, I'm here. I was just, man, that's so crazy. What Pat was talking about, I didn't understand. Well, didn't quite understand. I understood dual citizenship, but you know, being able to be from your own tribe and go about doing that type of thing. But no, I agree with you though. You know, why do we, as far as the birth certificate and your number, you know, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was just gonna try to, you know, explain a little better for you, because what the part that what he was asking about is like, you know, how do you decide who has the same rights? Because you know, who gets to exercise rights and who gets privileges or whatever. I think, you know, in the beginning, everybody, you know, within the community, everybody has the same rights and the same privileges. It's just that over time, there's going to be certain people who make, you know, take action that shows that they don't have respect for the laws in place. So they lose certain rights and may get certain different privileges after that based on their action. But overall, like, everybody in the community is going to be the same. You don't really, you know, like I said, like the first chief is going to be daddy, and the first, you know, the matriarch is mom. But, you know, over time, you know, as the community grows, they may start appointing different people to handle certain jobs and this, that, and the other based on their merit. So, you know,
and I think all of that's fair, and I think that's the right way and everything. But what they added on to that, because like, okay, if somebody walks up to your groups, in your tribe, you're gonna treat, he's a foreigner. You don't really know this guy or whatever, but you can see that he's a human, and you can communicate with this person. So you're gonna give that person all the rights and privileges that you give any other human in your community.
Yeah.
But the way things are now, the upgrade is when you show up, they're like, wait, let me see your let me see some identification, bro. I need to know your past credentials.
Well, I mean, of course, like that's gonna depend on the sophistication of that community, because if this is a small community, you don't necessarily have to really identify, because I mean, you accept a visitor in, you've somewhat taken on your certain way of, whether you're going to trust this person or not, or if you're going to run them off of your, out of your community, so a lot of, when you get to the point where there's millions of people, and that these are visitors to your community, like I said, you're still gonna have to make a judgment on whether or not you want them there or not, just based on how you feel. It's like, I'm not feeling the energy, so I don't like this guy. Get him up out of here, and if there's any trouble, off with his head.
Yeah, so but then that's what I'm saying though. You deal with everybody on their merit of their character, based on what you see. You invite the person in, they're cool. You give them all the rights and privileges of a human. They act out. They don't know how to act. Then at that point, that's when you deal with them just like you would anybody else in your community. So then that's what I'm saying about where you come out of your womb, where you came out of your mama's womb determines how you get treated in this society based on these birth certificates and so forth and so on. So, you're lower or upper class, or you should be treated like this, or you should be treated like that, or you should have these rights, or you should go without these rights based on where you came out of your mom's womb. And that piece of paper.
Well, and if you're a visitor or you're a newcomer to the community, and you want to be a part of that community, everybody else works to provide for the community. You need to be willing to work, and I don't know if it necessarily has to be a contract. At least it's gonna have to be a contract, because even a verbal contract is legally binding.
And that's fine. And that's fine. Yes, you got to work for the community. This is what's up. Yeah. All of us get treated with the same rights and privileges, and we all are subject to the same, work and commitment to the group. Let me read comments. Doc says, I lived in LA in the late 70s. I can do without neighborhood warlords. I feel you, Doc. But my argument is that it's still going to be, like, even in anarchy, there's still order. He says, but you wouldn't kill someone from your community for, say, punching someone, but an outsider would be beaten severely, if not to death. Not necessarily, Doc. I mean, that depends on the community, but I don't think so. If you have a community that's a heartfelt community that cares about humans, whatever thing that they do to their people for punching someone in the face is the same punishment I'm sure that they would give to you, even though you're an outsider.
Well, I think that because they probably will treat that outsider differently, because you have not developed the same kind of relationship that you have with everybody else. You are going to treat that stranger a little bit differently, because you're going to be on guard, period, because this person, you're still figuring them out. Like all of these steps.
Yeah, but I don't think their punishment would be or should be more severe. And in a fair community, I think that it wouldn't be. Doc says, and what if they have sex with one of your women? I've had Hispanics try to fight me for looking at their women. And I don't know. See, that's the thing. The Hispanic person doesn't own his women. And that's another thing with the community that I think we get a lot of confusion with. Like, you don't own your child. And that's just like what we was talking about the land. I mean, even though that paperwork says you own it, not really. The universe don't acknowledge that. That's not legal in universe.
I I think it does. I think that the universe placed you in a place where you can say that this is yours. You may not have to have a piece of paper to prove that, but God Himself, because you're there, you have the right to be there. Just like the wanderer that has made it here, a lot of times these indigenous, governments or communities, families, whatever you want to call it, they have because that these people wandered here, they're gonna accept it as okay, God brought him here. Like maybe he's gonna be an addition that could be beneficial to the group. So, they get the same opportunities to help, grow the community and this, that, and the other. But you know, the person that's coming in and they want to come in and rule and this, that, and the other from the beginning. Well, we don't know you well enough to say that we can trust you that level. You don't even know the terrain. You don't even know this, that,
You're
or
not
whatever.
qualified.
Yeah.
You're not qualified. And that's not how we do it here. That's not how we do things here. Like in Wakanda, he said, we don't do that here.
So, I mean, it's the same kind of governing system that may not be at the level of, all of these laws, but it's still all based on the same thing.
Doc says, if a lot of your society is based on if people do it this way, but dismisses human nature, especially small people in small insulated communities, big fish in a little pond syndrome. I don't know if I completely understand your comment this time. If a lot of your society is based on if people do it this way, but dismisses human nature, especially small people in small insulated communities, big fish in a little pond.
Well, I think I kind of get what he's saying, but I mean, these people, yeah, they're living it that way, and everybody doesn't necessarily have to aspire. Like, I mean, most of us, we have a failing, country right now because of, a lot of us were told that, hey, you really want to be like have a good life, you need to put down that pitchfork and come on, move to, the big city. And, we're reliant on people because we had this big idea that, like, oh, I can be bigger than everybody else from where I came from and this, that, and the other. And we've actually lost more because we gave up our forms and our ability to provide for ourselves. And now we're dependent on people who we find don't give as much a fuck about us as we thought. So, that small-minded, simple way of life can be actually the bigger view.
I think it's a good topic. I think it's a really good subject and really educational for everyone to think about these things. I mean, I don't know how much power you would have really to change this kind of stuff because it's so heavy and deep and related to jurisdiction. And it's like, what I think about with this, it's like each country has like a jurisdiction over its people. Like, you know what I mean? Like a. You get what I'm saying?
Well, they do, but that's, because, all right, we all give up certain rights in order to have order, and we allow we allow certain people to take care of a job that we would have had to do on our own, where it's, government is actually supposed to help us free up some of, we have certain securities and we have, things that, we know will get taken care of because we've actually hired people to do those things for us. But, I think sometimes we allow things to get too big and out of hand to even where the government doesn't really know how to handle it.
Or what's going on. or even
Yeah,
have control over it.
yeah. I
Like
mean,
it's to become its own thing and it's doing its own thing on its own.
yeah. Well, not that it's just doing things on its own, but that that job becomes bigger than you know than they any of them may have expected, and because there's people advancing all over the place, when they come in contact, like you negotiate something that's not beneficial to the community, and there's these things just happen. So I mean, the main thing is that y'all somehow figure out how to recover, but um nothing really says that things are gonna be perfect. Everybody's got to be ready to shift gears and shit, maybe put your big boy drawers on and fight and do whatever you need to do to repair the problem. But you know but like I said, I mean, we all and if we had a just society, I wouldn't mind a lot, giving up some of my rights for the greater good of our society, because that we actually have a working government that's for everybody.
Yeah.
Where I
And
have the problem, where I have the problem is when our government is not being just to us. They made promises and things that they never fulfill. I look at that as an unjust society,
And I
and
think that most people around the world would probably agree with you. Deuce, you there? I wanted to ask, are you there, Deuce? I wanted to ask you, what was it that Pat was saying that you didn't understand or whatever, so he could clear it up for you? I'm a fan of this chick on Instagram.
yeah, she thick.
Hello?
What was the what? Yeah, you had you said it was something
Did
Pat was
did I
saying.
what did I clear up what you
Yeah, we were talking about the man from y'all and business. Tribe, I think it was. He was explaining to me and breaking that down. And
So was it? Did you get it clear understanding of it, or can he explain something more about it or whatever?
no, it's cool. It's cool. I can ask him at a later date, man. It's cool.
All right. Well, let me ask you, Pat. Before we wrap it, because we're at 4 hours.
yeah. This is
Back.
past my bedtime, so yeah, we close. What
So
what's your question?
back to the video that we watched. What do you remember from it that stuck out to you, or what did you learn from it, or what what I'm saying? What did it help you with perspective on anything?
All right, which one? The
The one with Cuba, Ethiopia, Eritrea video. That's the one I wanted to cover today. We played a little bit of it earlier.
Well, I mean, the whole Cuba dynamic is really the part that I guess stuck out more to me, because I really wanted to watch it again, to catch the end of it more. But I was so intrigued by the beginning of the video because
Yeah, there's some good stuff at the end. I really wanted to kind of play when they started talking about the Horn of Africa and Yemen and Ethiopia. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that I guess the whole idea that because I mean we get caught up in what we know, and the things we don't know can have us trouble where we don't even think about other things that might work even better than what we've seen or understand what we know, because I've been a type of person that's just like, oh yeah, I don't know about this socialism type stuff, because we've been programmed, or I've been programmed to the point to where I'm supposed to immediately look at, you know, these things as bad ideas for, you know, a society. I mean, even though I like capitalism because I know, like, you know, I don't have to be stuck in one place and just, you know, I like the idea of a challenge, or, you know, being able to grow based on my, you know, my efforts. But at the same time, there's still other things out there that, you know, can be a lot more balanced, and, you know, not only can I see growth, but the entire community can. And,
Yeah.
you know, you know, it kind of opened my eyes a little more that there are, you know, countries that, even with all of the efforts to make them fail, still has a more balanced way of life than we do, where we think we have all of these things figured out. Or
Yes. Yes, because
so
they did some comparisons between with Cuba with the United States, and you shouldn't even be able to compare Cuba with the United States, but Cuba's in the same area in some things that they were talking about in the video. I don't remember exactly what the specifics were, but
yeah.
that's just basically Cuba is a success story, man, and it shows that the community can pull together and hold their own, you know. And that's the example that they don't want people to see,
I
you know.
mean, can you even imagine, like, because I mean, they're probably trying to hinder them because they see that regardless of, you know, how much, you know, they try to take from them, they still prevail. I mean, that's kind of like with, I've heard people even say, like, compare, like black people in America. It's like most people in the world wouldn't be able to handle a lot of the things that that we've gone through, and still grow based on all the things that they've done to try to hinder us and keep us from growing. We still seem to keep our head up, and, you know, like, we're filled with hope. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think, you know, based on that, the hope, you know, our spiritual connections and things like that is, you know, what keeps us here and keeps us going. Like, we didn't just, you know, just die off. Like, we're willing to fight, you know, to a certain, at least to a certain degree. It may not come to blood and all that, but in our, you know, minds and our hearts, we know that we're destined for something, even though we don't see the proof. But you know, I think that's did I answer? Because I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting kind of weary there as far as
It's all good, man.
yeah. But overall,
Yeah,
man,
so I'm glad it would basically, you said it opened your eyes to like a new perspective on the comparisons between one country, the way they do things, and another, and the improvements that we can have in our capitalist society. And that's exactly what I wanted to happen out of watching it. And hopefully we can get the guests, I mean, our audience, to try to really kind of like hear it, you know. That's why I kind of wanted to play more of the video, but it's so academic that it's kind of hard to watch. You know what I mean? It really is kind of hard to watch. And they jump over a lot of topics, and you kind of got to know a little bit about what they're talking about.
well, I don't know. I think maybe leaving the links for them to be able to check it out on their own might.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I should start doing that. Just like whatever videos I play, I could just post a link in the description. I totally can do that. That's just more work, though.
Well, my bad.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you want to give people that ability to, you know, because you know how people is. Like, if you just tell them throughout the podcast, yeah, man, look that up. People like, what the fuck am I looking up? You know what I'm saying? But if you give them that, then they're like, okay, well, he put the link here. Now you giving it to them, so now it's up to you. Like, you know, I led you to the water, motherfucker. What you gonna do?
Yeah, all you got to do is click it. Yeah.
Well,
All right, man. Shit.
we try to make the things easier, but at the same time, you guys have to be, somewhat proactive as well. Because I mean,
Yeah.
I know Alex. Like I could tell from his conversation, he definitely goes and looks up certain things that, you know, we
Yeah, we
had,
talk
like,
about.
yeah, that we talked about and this, that, and the other. And not to say that everybody else is not, but just based on, oh, Doc, well, we know Doc, shit, he does damn investigation on the damn,
Live. Yeah,
yeah,
right. In real time.
you know what I'm saying? So, but
Yeah, so that's what I say in my slogan when I start the show. I'm like, look that shit up. It's really because the reason why I don't like to give people specific shit to look up is because I want people to discover on their own. You know what I mean? The universe is gonna speak to you as soon as you start searching. You definitely will find.
and and I ain't gonna lie, that shit is really like it's really very important because like I've gone through so many different segments of my study because like I went through periods of where I was like so like let's just say the Israelites or like those different Israelite groups or whatever, and I've taken different things and I get it, I understand it, not necessarily for me, but for some people that's their new way of life, and we all have to go down different paths to be able to show us. But I think as long as you keep an open mind that because we never know it all, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, but
And then what do I tell you to start? Like, where did I start? I mean, I
well,
can't.
yeah, I went through a lot of that UCC's, like the what you call it, the
Universal Commercial Code
yeah,
and
but
the
no,
law of the water, law of the land.
well, yeah, a lot of that stuff, yeah, that came along with it, private versus public, and the shit. It was a lot of different things that kind of led me through, like down different rabbit holes, and even on those same rabbit holes, you really start finding different things. And I think what really opened my eyes is that, when you really take account for yourself, like you know, you're not just wandering in the wilderness. You actually have a plan, and you know what changes you need to make in order to be that person that
Or what ignites you?
you've been seeking.
What drives you? What is you curious about? What gets you going? Because everybody is different. So, the universe is gonna speak to you. Like I say, as soon as you start searching, shit's gonna start popping up on your damn timeline. And then you're gonna go down those rabbit holes. And that's good. Whatever rabbit hole it is.
Yeah.
Just keep on digging.
Okay, yeah. I thought you was asking me personally what gets me going, but okay, I got you. You're
No,
asking
I'm
this
agreeing with
generally.
what you're saying because
Yeah,
I'm really backing you up because that's what you're saying. They
yeah,
need to find their inspiration basically.
yeah. What you feel is missing, or because it's all it's really that main principle of know thyself. You know, that's the main thing that had me going. Is like, okay, we've been lied to so much, and you know, because I mean, I even ancestry. Like I've gone down through a lot of that stuff to try to, get closer to it, and it didn't answer all of my questions.
And I saw a
It answered
video
some.
recently where there was these twin girls who submitted uh, tests with separately and different companies, and they came at with all this fucking crazy ass different, and they're identical twins.
Yes. Well, no, I mean those things tell you up front that this is for entertainment purposes only. So the only way to truly, like, if you're doing ancestral research, the blood test is not gonna help you because they're not. It's just not gonna is not gonna pan out well, especially if you trust it full. You know what I'm saying? Like you, the best way to study your history is paper trail, and that's like another reason why things that's been put on paper, the records and all these different things, you can't discount that paper.
That's fair, bro. That's fair how you brought that all the way back around. I see what you did. I see what you did there. Good job, bro. You brought it all the way back around. Yeah. So yeah, I gotta submit to that, because that is the best. Because I'm a historian, and we like hard copy evidence. We don't like to go by hearsay. So yeah, so that paperwork is one of the best ways to track your lineage. Because it's hard copy evidence. You know what I'm saying? You can't argue with that. There's no real margin for error. There's not much margin for error. Like you can figure out a lot of shit from that. So yeah, there's a value to that paper trail. So I'm gonna have to give that to you. I have to give you that.
Well, and I'm gonna just give some other thought as far as like the DNA stuff. I mean, you have to recognize the fact that your great grandparents, probably not even your grandparents, but anybody even before your great grandparents weren't doing DNA. There's really no way to follow for them to be able to connect your blood to people past your grandparents, or that was that came before your grandparents, great grandparents, and so on, because like they just weren't doing it. Like this is something that at least in our lifetime, came up in the 80s. Like there's been DNA testing for thousands of years, but as far as recorded things that's recorded and that we can track, there's you can maybe only get back to your mom and dad, possibly. Grandma and grandpa at the really extreme. So that you don't have anybody to match yourself to, really.
Yeah, so people gotta understand the science to understand what the hell it is. So like what you're explaining right now, I think a lot of people wouldn't really understand unless they already had did some studying on that, the way that they do those DNA tests. But what sucks though about a lot of us as Black people in America, we can't go the paperwork. The paper trail is only gonna go back to slavery, and before that, it's nothing.
Well, the paper. Well, honestly, like you really need some money to be able to do the research right, because I mean you can go to archive buildings and find a lot of different records, but
if your name was changed, during slavery, how are you gonna track it before that? I'm sure that the slave people didn't write down the old name. What's your old name? They just wrote down the name they gave them.
Well, like I said, if you were actually in slavery or a prisoner of war, maybe there were records that we just hadn't come up with. But I know that a lot of people said that the Moors in Utah purchased a lot of that information and is just sitting on it.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I've seen in my classes where they show like the dockets when they bought slaves, and really they kept, because slaves were property, they kept really good records of the slaves and their ages and names and when they got sold, where they went to and stuff like that. So you could track a whole lot of that. There's a whole bunch of paperwork out there. That you can that's there because of these are economic records. That's the reason why they were kept. They kept them important, official ass records. So and it's a lot of that out there.
Yeah. All right, guys, it's my time.
Yeah, this is it. It's a wrap. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. Let me read Doc's last comments. He said, if a lot of separate the first two words. I guess when I said this, I said it wrong. Yeah, I can hear you. And the last comment was, why
okay.
can't we all get a bong? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. Why don't we? Because I mean, we all can.
We probably all got one. Who I don't know nobody who don't. I'm just saying. If they haven't had a bong, they have one.
Oh, get a bong?
Yeah, he said, why can't we all just get a bong? It's just like,
Oh,
why can't we
okay,
all get along?
okay.
But
I thought I heard
bong
long
as a joke,
got
it's still the same.
I'm a little bit slow right now, but yeah, it's
still the same.
It's funny. Yeah, I like it.
Rodney King and a big dent in the side of his head.
Yeah, I wish I could use a bong.
They hit too hard for me. I think
Well,
it's a
that's
cleaner way to smoke, but
It
that
is.
shit it hits my lungs too hard. I can't fucking handle it. When I was younger,
it's one of the cleaner ways to smoke.
because I can't control how much I'm taking in. I take too much smoke in than I can handle when I hit those.
Mm-hmm. What was it?
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's
go.
a wrap.
My mind is doing too much right now.
Yeah, and we'll be back tomorrow, and we want to talk about Reconstruction. So if you watch that Reconstruction, I don't think it's called Reconstruction. Is it called Reconstruction? Yeah, Reconstruction. Because the point of the show tomorrow is reparations. I want to talk about reparations, and give let's say give a legal reason for justification for reparations, which it shouldn't have to be done, but we could talk about it and kind of like explain, why how Reconstruction failed, how reparations never happened and still needs to happen, and why Black people are in the position that they're in America. A lot of it goes back to reparation. Reconstruction.
I already know my answer for that, but
And never receiving reparations. Did you watch any of that video, the one about Reconstruction? It was the history. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, the dude with his cat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
All right, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining.
I can send I know I can send Deuce that video if he gets a chance, but he sleeps during the day, so I don't know if he'll have a chance to check it out.
I have to check it out before I go to sleep.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Yeah, send it to him or whatever. Yeah, send him whatever. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So any of the stuff that we be sending back and forth, send it to Deuce, because he be on the show so much anyways. Maybe he can find time to check some of the stuff out before because we're trying to be more organized and go over what we're gonna cover beforehand, so we can keep improving the show.
Yeah.
I got you. Man, you guys, y'all, I hope y'all get some rest. But I tell you what, I can't wait till I get out this driver's seat.
Man, be careful, bro. You're not gonna go through the weather, right? Did we talk about that?
Shit, nigga, I'm in the weather. What you talking about?
Yeah, I was say he went right into it.
Where you at again?
I'm in East Texas right now. I'm running right into it. Shit. Hey,
It's
but
ice.
I did get a little glimmer of hope though. Texas got the salt brine trucks running up and down the highway, dropping brine on the road to keep that shit melting. So
Yeah, I saw them doing preps before it even came. They was out there.
they out here right now.
They may have ordered trucks from another state to come in, as a precaution, because like 2 years ago on I-20, I-35. No, I forgot. I think it might have been I-35, but that big pileup of trucks that kept sliding and cars and all that that cost them so much that
a number of people died.
Yeah, oh yeah. A bunch of people died and a bunch of even more people injured, but yeah, Texas got the money. They got the money.
They seem like they're more on it. It seems like they're more on it. And it might be political related to the ice storm that we had last time. and the lights going out and all that shit.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing. Texas was a meme. We became
Bro,
a meme.
Look, I ain't gonna lie. West Texas, when I was doing crude oil, you know, I ended up sitting. You know, I was like, nah, I'm getting off of the road, so I wouldn't park. But shoot, that day in just the area of Midland and that Midland Odessa area, there was like 107 accidents.
And it's ice. I'm looking out my window. It's ice all out there on the steps and everywhere. So that water done froze up out there.
Is the temperature below freezing yet?
It's 29 degrees. That's what my computer says.
Well, yeah, it has. So it'll be all right.
Well, dude, we lost Deuce, but be careful out there, Deuce, because that's what I wanted to say. I'm gonna say it to the universe, and he might be listening. So be careful out there, man. Drive safe, man, and get off the road as soon as you can.
I will. All right, man.
Peace and love, y'all. Have a good one.
Peace and love.
All right. It says, Doc says Texans facing a Category 5 hurricane is like the 300 defending the pass, but when it comes to freezing weather, we are the cowardly lion. Ain't that the truth?
All right, Doc. We'll talk to you tomorrow, man.
All right, man. Have a good one. Y'all get some rest. Peace and love.
Peace.
What's up, man? I'm hearing y'all niggas over here talk. I was listening to that shit, man. I'm hearing these niggas. I'm like, God damn, man.
Yeah, the narrative.
That you could believe in, that is gonna still guide you towards fear, or things that's gonna take you away from nature. You know what I'm saying? So that just the idea of belief is not necessarily the stronghold.
Right. You got to have some science backing up. Doc says it's the secret. Quantum physics, the combined power of all mankind's belief, become an energy field that we can draw on and use to manipulate our world. We are created in God's image as a spiritual being connected to the universe. The meat sack is just the shell. We are the power.
Yeah.
Well said, Doc.
Yep, well said. And I think we can end on that. That's
perfect.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for your time. Thank y'all for commenting. Thank y'all for liking and sharing and subscribing and telling your friends.
Yeah. Thank y'all for everything. Getting our viewership up. I think our viewership will be growing a lot more in the near future. So we thank y'all in advance.
Yeah.
Come and join the club.
Yep. Come join the conversation. Come chat with me and Pat.
I didn't know that you realized that.
Because I thought you would have, maybe.